Good evening and welcome to the Westborough Select Board meeting, called here on Tuesday, October 14th at 6 p.m., being 6:02 p.m. I call the meeting to order. I'd ask all those that are able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now go to open forum. Don Byrne had requested, so I'll start with you.
Thank you. My name is Don Byrne. I'm from 58 Flanders Road. I want the board to know that I'm putting out tomorrow the second of the documents that back in August, I sent you a document and put it out to the public. This paper is discussing the characteristics of successful shared use paths according to Mass Trails. It's also actually general standard. But the primary characteristic is useful. The trail, by current estimates, will have around 1,900 users a day when it's all built, or at least all built in Westborough. Unfortunately, that assumes that the path is accessible easily by bicycle from the surrounding housing and shopping, recreation opportunities, and transit. Right now, in trying to save money, the town has eliminated all the side paths and connections that make that usable. And therefore, if you're going for most of the apartments, you're going to have to ride down a very busy street, which is exactly what you don't want to do. It's ironic because if we had been building the Otis Street section with TIP, they would have required those. As it is now, if we want to put them in, my estimate is it's about $4.5 to $5 million additional cost that the town will be paying itself. Another characteristic is safe. Arlington, Mass. Had a study of the Minuteman Bikeway, which is going to be similar to what will be similar to that. In 56 months, they had on 35 crashes, 8 having injuries, and 84 citations by their police department. That's on a 3.6 mile path with 4 intersections. We're building a 10-mile path with roughly 16 intersections. So we can expect a lot more, even if it had been built to the same standards that Arlington built theirs originally, and we're building ours to worse standards than that. The third characteristic is comfortable. Ignoring the design standards makes the path going to be likely to be uncomfortable for many users. The next 2 characteristics are secure and enjoyable. Each of these needs space around the path. The town transferred the easements to the planning board, who has negotiated easements as narrow as 20 feet. The previous easement effort had required a minimum 30 feet being used, we found that was less than what was needed. The final characteristic is inclusive. An inclusive path, how people can get to it, and particularly our environmental justice community. The side paths that I particularly referred to off of Otis cut off most of the environmental justice community. Bottom line, this is not going to be a successful trail until we revise things. It's really time for the select board to have some public hearings. I strongly urge you look at the Mass Trails documents. They have one on how you develop a trail, including in getting the public involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Don. Okay. Anyone else here for open forum? Kevin?
Good evening, members of the board. Kevin Barry, 8 Indian Pond Road. I actually didn't have any intention of presenting tonight. It's appropriate that Don is here. But in essence, the phrase went through my mind since the events of last week as far as funding for BWALT. Just wanted to let a sleeping dog lie. But with the fact, when I saw the agenda, after the fact that I wrote a pretty specific email to the board and to Advisory Finance Committee, trying to correct statements that were made at that September 30th meeting with respect to BWALT and the 2021 feasibility study update. I thought it'd be important for people that are listening and for public record that I read this, since it's not going to be addressed tonight, I guess, and just kind of offer a couple little insights, but it'll just be quick. So from my email, it says, while Waterman Design Associates, WDA, was indeed contracted for the 2019 BWALT feasibility study and its 2021 update, it was during the October 26, 2021 presentation to the Select Board that a key statement was made by the presenter, Don Byrne, affirmed by the board. And by the way, I did let him know that I was going to kind of drop his name, so he's fully aware of it in my conversation here. But basically, it was affirmed by the board and left unchallenged. I'm sorry, take that back. So he made a statement that was affirmed by the board. 4 of the 5 of you were present that meeting, and left unchallenged by Randy Waterman of Waterman Design Associates. The following remarks were delivered by Don following the ATSC presentation, which included Don himself, ATSC chair member at the time, and Randy Waterman, who was on Zoom up above. So basically, Don's comments directly were, I don't like correcting things. The text of the current document, referencing the 2021 update, was written by me. It was not written by Waterman. Waterman gave me a little bit of input. I put in about 1,000 man hours. And also, after that, he joked about his consultation fees and that he, the town would have been shocked if he delivered that fee, the bill. And you all joked about it and said thank you. All 4 of the 5 of you that were here now kind of joked about it. So basically, in every subsequent discussion and presentation regarding BWALT, Don Byrne has consistently and unequivocally reinforced this point. At no time has his assertion been challenged, not even by Randy Waterman during the presentation, that now serves as the foundation for the BWALT implementation plan and remains central to the current BWALT project. So I just want to make it perfectly clear, or crystal clear, that was said. It was on recording. I gave you the minute marker and the date when that meeting was said, and your comments are fully visible there. It was an 1.5 hour long presentation. The chairperson gave about a 5-minute presentation. Every comment, every question, everything was directed to Don himself. So the town spent $115,000 and change for that feasibility study. Randy Waterman, who people are claiming that he wrote it, what he didn't, was right up there, and not one of the board members, no one made a direct conversation or question with him. He was silent. He said hello at the beginning of the meeting and said goodbye at the end of the meeting. So the fact that it's got to take me 2 weeks to correct statements that were made at a select board meeting, you guys are elected officials. We expect better. We expect truth and honesty, and if a mistake is made, it should be corrected. And the fact that my letter, I wrote it, it's facts. Everything is facts. And it's not being addressed tonight. So if you want me to submit this again, I'd be happy to, but thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Thanks. Anybody else here for open forum? Okay. Moving on, next on the agenda is the approval of meeting minutes of the Tri-Board September 29th, 2025 meeting, and Select Board meeting September 30th and October 6th. Is there a motion for approval?
I would move to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Okay, any comments, corrections? Not all those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Right, is Janet Clark showing up, or is that just?
No, actually, we told her she didn't need to.
Okay, let's move to item 6 on the agenda, just jumping around because we do have a public hearing at 6:15, so we can't start that before 6:15. So item 6 is a request to install Veterans Day poppy display at the Rotary from resident Janet Clark. Christy, do you want to?
So this is a request from resident Jana Clark, who has requested, I think, the last maybe 5 years, to do a Poppy Veterans Day display at the horse trough section of the Rotary. She did forward photos, but I think the community is pretty familiar. It's something that does not conflict with the display of the flags that the Veterans Advisory Board does.
Great. Any comments or questions from the board? And as Christy said, this is something that has been approved multiple times. Is there a motion?
Sure. I move to approve the request to install a sign, poppies, and flags in honor of Veterans Day in the horse trough section of the Westborough Rotary from November 4th through 11th as presented.
Second.
Hey, moved and seconded. All those in favor? It's 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, let's move next to item 8. Does that work, or?
Sure.
So item 8 is the concurrence with appointment of an interim town accountant.
Yes.
Christy?
So as the board is aware, our town accountant resigned her position effective September 18th. So we've been looking for someone to serve in an interim role, while at the same time, of course, advertising for the full-time position. It's very difficult right now to find folks in municipal finance, even to serve in an interim role. So we've reached out to several different companies that provide interim staffing. They don't have folks available, or that those that do don't have, we've found, have not had a town accountant background specifically. We were directed to a retired town accountant. His name is Paul Watson, and you have his resume in front of you. He served as a town accountant for the town of Billerica for 20 years. We are completing our background check, but we have done a reference check. We've interviewed him. He certainly has the experience, so I'm asking the board to approve his appointment subject to us completing the background check. I will also just note that that we will need to go to the Advisory Finance Committee to fund this through a reserve fund transfer. So any contract that we execute with him would be subject to that being approved. But I know our finance director has already communicated with the Advisory Finance Committee, and we'd be looking for him to come here about 16 hours a week.
Great. I know in our packet that a contract, is there any expiration on that contract, or is it just a?
It's a not to exceed, so
Right.
it would be not to exceed the amount that is transferred from the Finance Committee. So that request is about $20,000. Wages line, because we don't have anyone in that position, but because we can't move money between lines, and this is a contract, we have to pay out of expenses, and so that's why we're in need of that reserve fund transfer, because we can't move money from salary and wages to expenses.
Any questions or from the board?
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, no, beyond.
Sean first,
So the motion here, right, we need to mention Mr. Watson's name, and at the end of the motion, it says through a contract with
So it's just a contract directly with Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shelby?
Yeah, maybe I'm missing it or my packet didn't refresh. I don't see a contract.
The contract's not in there. We just do it. We just have a general services contract.
Okay, yeah.
But the only thing that you have in front of you is
Is
the
his resume.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Other questions? Is there a motion?
Move to concur with the town manager's appointment of Mr. Paul Watson to serve as interim town accountant through a contract with Mr. Paul Watson.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor? That's 5-0, 5 being present. Okay, being 6:16, move back to item 3, which is the public hearing, which is the naming petition for the cemetery on Nurse Street with the 3 submitted names for consideration. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? It's 5-0. The public hearing is open.
Do you want me to?
Yep.
This is the first time that the board has used the naming policy, which was approved earlier this summer. So we did advertise, the board voted its intent to name the cemetery located on North Street. And then we did publicize that intent to name with a deadline of July 5th. We did have a couple folks come in, or a couple names come in for consideration. 2 were from residents, and so those were accompanied by the required signatures of registered voters, which were reviewed by the town clerk. And then the third one was from Westland, which is from the Historical Commission, which they are able to submit without the required names and just have a vote of their committee. All 3 of those names were reviewed by the Historical Commission, so you have within your packet the memo that was issued by the Historical Commission related to the 3 names. And as you can see, it was this public hearing was advertised in the Community Advocate, and it was also advertised through social media. We did let the proponents know. Amanda reached out to let them know that we were doing this evening, but it wasn't necessarily a requirement that they attend.
Great. Thank you. And just for the public, as part of that naming policy, this is step G, which is basically the select board holds a public hearing that will include consideration of submitted comments, opportunity for residents and staff to provide comments, applicant and or relative committee department representatives to speak on the naming request, and then a vote by the select board to select a name. And of course, what's in the policy is the select board retains the right to deny any or all of the proposed names. And so what was submitted as names by residents, the first one was Harmony Grove Cemetery. The second name proposed by residents with the certified petition was Farmland Cemetery. The third one being proposed from the Historical Commission was Westland Cemetery. And then the letter of recommendation that came from the Historical Commission basically was the name that they recommended was, out of the 3, was Westland. Coming to the conclusion, since 2 of the 3 existing town cemeteries are named after a characteristic of their location, meaning Midland was named because of its location, and Pine Grove was named after the grove of pine trees that existed there and was donated to the town. And then since the new cemetery is on the west side of town, the name Westland was relevant to its location and the most appropriate and agreeable name. So, okay. I'll first open up to the board for any questions or comments. Is there anything first before I open up to the public?
I'd like to hear from the public first.
Okay.
I don't have anything now.
Okay. Anything else on the board? Nope. Not, I will open it up to anybody from the public that wishes to speak in terms of the 3 proposals for names. Please, yep.
So I'm Mike Shannon, I'm a resident of town. I'm also the cemetery lead person for the Department of Public Works in town. Out of the 3 names, I would prefer Harmony Grove. I think that's in. I think it's a, we have Pine Grove, we have Harmony Grove. It's just a continuity of name, maybe. And I just think it just sounds like a nice place to be. It's just for a resting spot, it sounds like a good spot to be. So I would be in favor of that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Okay, if not, I'll go back to the board. Sean?
Yeah, first of all, thank you to everybody who submitted a proposal. We set it up so that it required a little bit of effort. You had to get 25 signatures. So certainly you went through the process of considering ideas, and then you had to convince a bunch of your neighbors that of what you were proposing it, and we had 2 individuals who went through that process, and I thank them for doing that. This is a brand new proposal, or pardon me, a brand new process. So as a first pass through, I would say it's not perfect, and certainly we can always revisit this. I do have a little bit of concern that the Historical Commission submitted their own name and then recommended their own name. I don't, and that was allowed within this policy. But my concern is that I don't see a scenario in the future where the Historical Commission would submit their own name and then not recommend it. Right? So we've sort of created a scenario which would deter residents of town from submitting names for consideration. Like, I'd hate to have gone through the process of going to my neighbors and getting them all to sign it, and then, somebody else inserted their own recommendation and that was it. So maybe we ought to consider modifying the process a little bit. I don't know. This is the first time. I think there is some valid nature to all 3 of the suggestions. I appreciate Mr. Shannon coming forward and supporting Harmony Grove. I don't know, we may want to say in our packet, I guess, the feedback that the Historical Commission had given on each one. So people have that to consider as well if they want to comment on that.
Yep.
But overall, I would be more inclined to choose one that was submitted by one of the 2 individuals in town to sort of support that process going forward. So that's my comment.
Great, thank you. To your point, because I did not read that, I read their submission. I'll just, for the public, read that the letter that came from the Historical Commission, basically that said, at its September 9th, 2025 meeting, the Westborough Historical Commission reviewed the 3 names that have been submitted to the Select Board for the name of the new town cemetery on Nurse Street. The commission assessed the proposed names for their reflection of the historical significance of the site or the consistency with names of historic cemeteries in Westborough. The names and recommendations are as follows. 1, for Farmland Cemetery. The commission agreed the name farmland applies to the past use of almost all of the land in Westborough and does not specifically refer to this graveyard site. The name does not therefore evoke the sense of a particular place where residents would be buried. 2, Harmony Grove Cemetery. Seems closer to a name for a graveyard, but the first meaning of harmony pertains to music, and the word grove means a cluster of trees, like that in Westborough's Pine Grove Cemetery on South Street. The land for the new cemetery has been cleared, leaving no grove of trees as a landmark. Therefore, the Historical Commission does not believe that this is a pertinent name for the new cemetery. And then 3 was Westland Cemetery, which was voted by the Westborough Historical Commission as the preferred name for the new cemetery. From Westborough's earliest days, the Puritan gravestones and Memorial Cemetery on West Main Street have all faced west as a symbol of the sun setting on a person's life. Nurse Street, where the new cemetery is located, is in the western portion of the town. In addition, the name Westland Cemetery is consistent with Westborough's Historical Cemetery, Midland Cemetery, where many of Westborough's Civil War veterans are buried on South Street. So again, the Westborough Historical Commission therefore recommends the name Westland Cemetery to the Select Board as the name for the town's new cemetery on Nurse Street. So thank you for asking for that. Other comments or from the board?
Sure, I'll go ahead. I guess I'll first say thank Sean for his comments because your observations were in line with mine, and I think you said it very well in regards to kind of the dynamic we've created in the process. So thank you for calling that out. I too feel that same way. I will also just point out that in particular, I do feel that I want to recognize the effort by not only the residents
the signatories of the petitions, but also the historical commission for doing the work they were doing to review this. I would just also say that as a result of that, I too, like Sean, would opt for a name that was presented by those residents. And then I would also just point out that Mr. Pickering's name, Mr. Pickering is also the owner of the Westborough Funeral Home and has a direct and daily connection with families in the community who are dealing with grieving and loss and cemetery needs. And I think that's a unique perspective that that is provided from him. And those are my comments.
Thank you.
Yep. So appreciate the process that we have followed and the names that were submitted and the signatures required. I actually tend to disagree with my fellow board members on this one. While it is a first pass at this process, the individuals of the Historical Commission are residents. They go through an appointment process. They are effectively providing their input in a particular context from a historical perspective, which I do think that from my CPA, that is Community Preservation Act recollection, is that cemeteries are very much part of the historical landscape of any community. So I feel that I don't feel like we have a flawed process. Process can always be obviously improved. And while I find that the Historical Commission's review of the presented names, actually, I felt like it was pretty thoughtful, and I didn't feel like there was any bias there. I did not watch their meeting. I did not attend their meeting, but based on what was presented here to the board in our packet, I feel like it was a thoughtful process. And I actually, independent of what they said, just kind of from the feeling, felt like Westland was more specific to the location in town and consistent. I love the reflection of the sun setting in a person's life. So that's where I land.
Well, I do appreciate everybody's submissions. I'm not in love with any of the proposed names. I feel like we have one shot at this, because once we name it, there's really no going back and changing it. I think I've expressed to some of you, at least, that I would prefer to name significant features in town after significant people in town, and I don't know who that would be. But I wish someone had suggested, maybe the Historical Commission would have had a good idea of someone in our history who might be worthy of naming the cemetery after. But that's just my preference. Of these three names, I don't necessarily think that the fact that Westland was not submitted with 25 signatures, I don't find that significant, because I think had we told the Historical Commission that they needed to get 25 signatures for their proposed name, they probably would have, and it's not a high bar. So I guess, of the three, my preference is Westland. I just don't, for a cemetery, I feel like it's the most appropriate and dignified, and yet, I can see arguments for all three. So I'm not sure any of those three is the right name, but I guess those are the ones we have to pick from, unless we want to put it back out for reconsideration and re-nominations.
Ian, can I?
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify, just for the public, why the Historical Commission didn't get the 25 signatures. So in the policy, it specifies what folks need to submit, the information, and then Part C, which is right under that, says any appointed or elected town board or committee, including the select board, may vote to submit a name for consideration. The submission must be accompanied by relevant information as listed above, however, is exempt from the signature requirements under Section B4. And the reason that the Historical Commission gave feedback on all three names is because Section E of that part of the policy says all applications must be reviewed by the Historical Commission as to the historical nature of the asset and the proposed name. Such review shall be shared with the Select Board.
Thank you. Patrick?
Yeah, I would just, I'll just say that I think that everybody followed the process appropriately, how we laid it out. I do think we do need to have a conversation to revisit this, because I think there is a little bit of an interesting dynamic that's been created by that. So no hit on the committee and the work that they did. They did what they were asked to do, and I appreciate that work. I too, Mark, am not really tied to any one name here. Any of them really don't thrill me. I'm not entirely hooked on having to name something after a person either. But nothing really caught my ear, so to speak. And that's why I think it's appropriate for us as a board to also consider whether or not these are the appropriate names. And I would ask the board, with such an important naming, as we all kind of understand that this is something that's going to live on forever, I personally feel that we should get to a point where we have a unanimous consent on a single name, because I think it's that important.
Great. I just jump in. I mean, I think on my side, I agree with the comment. I wasn't overly floored by any of the three names. I think my preference is Westland Cemetery. I think, in my mind, kind of it does relate to Midland Cemetery. I've never thought about that, but Midland has never bothered me that it's a name. But coming up with a new name, and I've never done this before either, is a difficult one. I think that just to Mark's point, I don't think that it needs to be named after a person, and I was sitting here scratching my head a little bit of whether a cemetery named after a person makes sense or not. I can see schools and some other things like we've done that way, but not sure about a cemetery. So, I am, my mind, if for our vote tonight, I would be supportive of Westland Cemetery. But I do also hear that this is something that once we name it, it will be named for perpetuity in a way. And I guess it could be changed, but I've never seen a proposal come for a name change of one of our existing cemeteries in town either. So, Sean.
I'd like to recommend that based on the feedback provided by the Historical Commission and the discussions we've had this evening, that we push back and ask folks to maybe reconsider their names and see if they want to modify them and come back before us again. I don't think there's a need for us to select one of these this evening. This was an initial effort, maybe, and it may be that we modify this so people can give their provide their suggestions sooner to the Historical Commission, and may then, based on the feedback they receive from the Historical Commission, have the opportunity to modify their suggestions.
Sorry, so that was a motion on your side?
I guess motion to pass over these choices.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if we were to go back and ask for more names, suggestions, could we file these and continue to hold these and then see if someone wants to? I mean, again, I hate to prolong this, but I do want to get it right. If we go back out and on another 30-day notice or whatever it was and say we're looking for more suggestions and we don't get any, well, then we'll be right back here. And I mean, is there a huge rush to name it?
I feel like that's the right thing to do. We wouldn't just kind of put these and say, well, we were considering those. I feel like, given the discussion that the board is having, particularly around process, and that we've got some questions, that we would sort of table all three of these. And what I actually, so I'll second the motion for purpose of discussion. I know this isn't on our agenda to modify the policy, but I do think we probably want to take another look at that before we ask for name submissions. And specifically, I'm wondering if, I know we followed the process, we put it out through a public notice. I hate to rely on social media, I really do. But is it I know we didn't, that's not part of the policy, I want to be clear. But if we were to contemplate a change to our policy, I can see a lot of quick feedback with a narrative. So let's say the process was to submit the names with your reasoning, and then that were to go out through social media, vote one. I just think we would get more people responding. I mean, I'm really appreciative that we have one member of the public that made the effort to come here, but that to me is not, no offense, Mike, isn't a substantial showing for a public hearing. And so I think all of these things, Sean, to your point, would be to say, let's pass over. I say we table these and we bring back the policy before we even ask for additional names.
So our policy, though, so we are in the middle of another naming
Right.
thing for the
Yep.
section next to, so it's going back and reviewing, so we should put that one on hold as well. 'Cause it sounds like well, I guess my thing is, if we're
Yeah.
putting it on hold, everything goes on hold.
Yeah, no,
Because
no.
we shouldn't go and say, hey, we're gonna follow
Well,
policy or not.
I would say yes. I mean, we shouldn't be selective. If we feel like if the board feels like there's a problem with the policy, and this always looks awful to the public, because they're like, how did they launch a policy and now it's wrong? But it is what it is. Sometimes this is the sausage of government. Let's get it right. And, I mean, these are things in perpetuity, and we want to get it right. So I don't know that if the process is wrong, it doesn't matter what we're naming. The process is wrong, if that's what the board is saying. Or could be improved, I should say.
So, just to finish, because I didn't get to
Yep,
finish.
sorry, I thought you,
Oh, I'm
my
sorry.
apologies.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to comment, though. I did make the comment that I would like to see significant places named after significant people, but that doesn't always apply, and I recognize that. I'm just wondering if there's somebody that we, as a town, maybe should be thinking of recognizing, whether it be a cemetery, and again, a cemetery may not be the right, but I do think that as a town, we have a lot of good people who have served this town in a lot of good ways, and I would like to rack our brains and think about that. And that's the point I'm trying to make, whether it be, a cemetery or a school or a park or, Earl Story Park, recreation area. I mean, these are valuable people that I don't want to fade into history without some recognition from the town. And that's the biggest point I want to make.
Thanks. I guess personally, I think I don't have an issue with our policy. I hear it here. I do feel bad that we went out with something, names were submitted in the proper form. We do have the right to not accept any of them and go back. So that is our prerogative, and as a vote, that would be what we do. I think it'd be good as we open that cemetery to come forward with a name sooner than later. But again, I don't, I think in this situation, we did have one where the Historical Commission put together a name, and then they are part of that vote. I'm not sure that they'll always be putting something forward. So I don't think that it's a flawed process in that it's, that the Historical Commission will always put something forward, and then they will always choose theirs. I would hope that if something came up that they didn't think about that was better, they would go with that, and I trust, again, as residents, they would do that. But anyways, that's my 2 cents, but we do have a motion and a second on. I think the motion is to pass over, or basically, I guess it's, per our policy, would be to exercise our right to deny all of the proposed names. Is that?
When you're done.
Yeah, I was just going through what I think are, looking back to the policy of what the motion would be to, I think what we're saying right now, or are we saying, are we denying those names? Or are we saying we're putting all those names on hold, but we're looking for more names?
That's what I thought we were saying.
Yeah, I would support that. I think it's appropriate to keep these names on the list. I don't think they should go away. And to the point is, we may not receive any other requests. Going back to Shelby's comment in regards to social media, and kind of this touches on the policy question in my mind around what the select board's capability is within the policy itself. Could we, in fact, and I know we're not going to get into a policy discussion tonight around changing that, but something to think about is, and I may think of it differently than other board members, can we, as individuals of the board, propose even tonight during the discussion our own name? Or does it, through the process, have to go through the historical commission?
I would say no, because we did ask the historical commission.
So that's fair.
But
Sorry, the policy does not ask the Historical Commission to make a recommendation. It simply asks for them to opine on the historical nature of the asset and the submitted names. It does specifically say that the select board may vote to submit a name for consideration. So I would say that would need to be a subsequent meeting.
Agenda.
But you could have an agenda item where you also submit names. Because it's not just at the public hearing, that there's the way the policy is set up, there's a 14-day comment period where folks could have submitted comments.
So, okay, so let me just play out that scenario. If, in fact, let's just say tonight or at our follow-up meeting to this discussion as this is heading, one of the board members says, I like a name. Does that now have to go back to a 14-day period and then come back to a public hearing? Is that how it works?
Yeah, but that's why we would establish a new deadline date so that we would give the select board as well as everyone else the time, a reasonable amount of time
to
submit names, and then you would sort of have that cutoff date where you would publish the list of names on the public hearing notice.
So to my kind of where I was headed with this is, again, towards what I think Shelby was heading towards was that social media comment. In my mind, the way I took that, Shelby, is get the message out there, allow people to respond in whatever format they want to us individually or as a board. And then when we come back for a subsequent conversation, we can bring that feedback to the board as appropriate, if there was any, and take the process from there. But then the underlying question that happens is, what is the impact to it, right? What is the impact by delaying this? What is the impact to not only, the residents who've submitted and, their willingness to perhaps submit in the future? What is the impact to the operations of the town in regards to the cemetery itself? I don't know the answers to these things. I know, having been on the Trustees of Social Memorial last year, this was a topic that came up quite often, is the cemetery, the new monument, et cetera. And there was a lot of desire to get the cemetery named. So I guess I'll just throw it out there. What are the impacts? So
just a couple comments. One is, I think it's important, a comment was made earlier about, do we need to vote? So section G4 says, as part of the public hearing, the last point is a vote by the select board to select a name. The select board retains the right to deny any or all of the proposed names. A vote could be a vote to pass over. I just want to be clear. So just for the public's benefit. It also says in section F2, the establishment of a minimum 14-day public comment period, inviting public comments to be submitted to the town manager's office. So this is that 14-day that Christie referred to. So I would not be comfortable in receiving, I mean, I can receive comments from the public, but I think we set a process so that everything would be funneled through. Now,
Okay.
how they get to the town manager's office, that to me, we didn't specify, so to me, that is open. So it would invite potentially people that want to call in, or people that want to, send a letter or send an email, or through the town's website or Facebook page could say, hey, here's where we're at, we're asking for a vote, and publish it out that way.
Right.
Or not a vote, your comments, excuse me. So I feel like the policy allows for that, and Christie, thank you for pointing out the 14-day public comment period.
So
It doesn't, it doesn't say, so speaking of policy, sorry, it's like, that 14-day public comment period is after our vote. So we missed that.
Before the vote.
It's not,
It's before the vote.
it's got to be before.
it's linear, it's sequential.
No, I know, but if we're being asked to vote on this,
And we would have 14 days, at least 14 days prior to us voting tonight for anybody to provide comments.
Right, so
Yeah,
we
that's-
made sure it was it was
So it was
printed in the
posted.
Community Advocate and posted on social media to give that 14-day public comment.
I'm sorry, I thought you said, I misunderstood what you said. Forget what, I was thinking that you were saying that there was an additional, that's why I wasn't finding.
Well, there would need to be an additional, I think, if you're proposing, if you're
Seeking more names.
Seeking more
If we're
names.
seeking more
Yeah.
names, okay.
So that brings up,
I'm sorry.
but that brings up a follow-up question is, do we need, so let's just say that we vote to, I guess, continue this hearing, essentially.
Yep.
When we continue this in a month, probably, give us 2 weeks to get feedback and 2 weeks for public feedback on that feedback, essentially, and then we would have a subsequent vote.
Look, Chris, I don't know that we would, I guess my take, I don't know if we'd continue the public hearing or close it and set up a new public hearing with new names. Because I think we'd want to post, again, the public hearing. I think we'd want to post what those additional names were, so people were aware of them. And so I would close this public hearing, because this public hearing was for 3 names. If we're passing over it, then I would close the public hearing, and then I would my recommendation would be to establish a new public hearing.
And still recognize the existing 3 names that were submitted in that subsequent public hearing.
I think that would be the decision of the board.
Okay. That wasn't in the motion, though, was it?
No, it was to pass over.
Just to pass over?
Yeah.
So to me, that means pass over those names, move on. But I think, at least I think what I'm saying, Mark, I think I heard it from you, was that we should continue to consider those names in case, in fact, we don't receive any new,
So you
or,
so you could table them.
so we should table them. Yeah.
That would need to be part of the motion.
Sean.
So we can deny them, which means that we don't, but doesn't mean someone couldn't resubmit the name, but if we want them to stand as they are and then seek additional names, I think that could be part of a motion, but that would be the decision of who made the motion.
Patrick, you asked a question that I'm not sure that we have an answer to in terms of kind of the impacts, right? So I certainly think that there could be an impact, people being like, should I bother, submitting it? What's this process about? Whatever. It's the first time out of this process. I'm not going to lose sleep over that, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
What I don't know is the sense of urgency of naming this cemetery. So I don't know, Christie, if you have a sense.
Chris is here.
Chris is here. Could we hear from
That's
her?
who I was really worried,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted
So,
to more.
Because maybe we don't understand that sense of urgency. Could we hear from our DPW director? And while he's coming up, I'll also say that we have not heard from any other, not that it's part of the process, any other boards or committees, including Soldiers Memorials, about this matter.
True.
Chris Payant with Public Works. There's really no connection between the operation of the cemetery and the naming. Certainly it'd be nice if we open the cemetery, it has a name, but if it doesn't, then we'll just continue to move on until it does, and we'll put a sign up that says the new name.
When is the cemetery plan to be open?
I don't know. Potentially in the spring.
Okay.
of 2026.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have time.
We have time.
Not the next couple weeks. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Chris.
answering that
Thanks,
question.
Thank you.
Just to answer a question, so from a trustees of Soldiers Memorial, because
Yep.
as chair, I sit on that. It is not the intent of, because it doesn't fall under the purview of the trustees of Soldiers Memorial to name cemeteries. I don't think it's the intent of the trustees to consider the name. They're interested, and I'll talk about it
Yeah.
later in issues and correspondence, because there is a new monument going in there, and I'll talk about that.
Yeah, I only
that point.
reference them specifically because Patrick mentioned when he was chair, there was discussion. So oftentimes, even though it's not the purview, they say, hey, we feel like we should offer an opinion here.
Yeah.
That's
And we discussed it at the meeting,
So,
our last meeting last week, and there was no
yep.
discussion of or interest at that meeting about naming it. They were just interested in having it named and having a dedication ceremony for the monument that will be going in there.
So, pardon, so if we're passing over these, we would close this hearing. We would select to pass over these names. We would also then need to provide a date,
Are we tabling or passing over, Sean?
tabling, but then we would provide a new date to which people could then submit additional suggestions. Is that part of a motion?
The last 2 times we've just established the date, but if you want to, you certainly can. If you want to decide how long the
Or you
period
can do
is.
that independently, just that this is coming forward again. Okay. So I guess the motion would be to table these names, and to request additional names, and then I guess a separate motion would then be to close
Okay.
the hearing.
So that was a change to the original motion. You had seconded it. Shelby, are you
Right.
okay with?
Yes.
Okay. Is there further discussion?
So before we set a date for a future public hearing, I guess I'm curious as to the board's interest in looking at the policy itself.
I am okay with maintaining the policy as is through this naming. And the additional name we have currently requested.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Sean. I think they're kind of water that's already passed under the bridge. You know, they've gone through that process, and as we've requested, let's respect those for what they are, and you know, let's revise this for the next opportunity. I
So
think.
I'm fine with that, and I guess I would say though, so then our vote really to table is not really to table these, we don't like these names. Because we're agreeing that, because we just said that we agree that the process is the process and we're gonna follow it for this and the plaza.
Yes.
I don't.
And so if we're following the process, then these are the names, they went through the process, we agree with the process. Our vote shouldn't be I don't think it's appropriate then to say we're tabling these, what are we tabling them for?
To hold on to them to the next hearing that we have, to consider them as well in case we don't get any new names, or we want to assess them against new names.
I'm fine with rejecting these names.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's sort of like, then when we get to that point, Patrick, then it's like, well, we didn't get any more names, so we'll just take kind of the names we never really like to begin with.
Well, I guess on the flip side, if we reject these names, so you can go through the process, right? If you reject these names and then we don't get anything,
We have no names.
we have no name. And then the question comes up, does a board member want to consider one of the original 3 names?
Which could be brought.
And I'm just saying, if you don't table it, you're excluding them from the process.
Yeah, no, I understand.
And I think that the process is independent of this submission at this point because these submissions followed the process. Okay? I think we could solve that problem separately, is my point.
I'd prefer to table the names. And, you know, I think people went to the trouble of submitting them. And I think we can hold on to them and compare them to any new suggestions and make a valid choice at that point. We don't have to throw them out completely. I think we've made it clear that we're not in love with these three names, and let's just leave it at that.
Yep, so that's the motion, and it's been seconded.
Any other further comments? Okay, all those in favor? And opposed? So it's 4-1, 4 being present. What?
5 being present.
5 being present, sorry, 4-1, 5 being present.
It's like, oh, not long.
Yeah.
And then do we need a motion to close the hearing?
Yes.
Motion to close the hearing.
Seconded?
All those in favor? That's 5-0, 5 being present. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the agenda, item 4, approval of...
Okay, good evening. Chris Pant with Public Works, and Kyle Brindell is our tree warden. We're going to just briefly talk about some plantings that Kyle is proposing. Just before we get into that, I just want to highlight, it might have been mentioned a couple of weeks ago, but 2 weeks ago, Kyle and his team was recognized by the New England chapter of the International Society of Arborists with the Greenleaf Award. It's an annual award given to individual or a group of people for work they've done associated with Arbor Day or just general beautification of a town through tree work. And the school department, Kyle had worked with the school department on a big project for Arbor Day with the high school, and Kelly Giacopello from the high school actually nominated him and his team for the award, and he was recognized 2 weeks ago. So I just wanted to, since he's here, thought it was a good opportunity to recognize him in front of you and tell you that he's doing a great job.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Well done.
Okay, so we were here last year, and Kyle requested some space at the State Hospital property near Lake Chauncey to plant some trees. So if you're looking at the screen, all these trees here, and it goes further up off the screen, were planted by Kyle and his crew, funded by a grant. It turns out there's some remaining funds that he has available associated with the grant where he can plant some more trees. And so because we didn't anticipate that, we didn't request more space. So we're here tonight to get your permission to plant some additional trees. And the location would be in these blue shaded boxes here. So to orient everybody, this is Dr. Solomon Fuller Drive. Over off the screen to the right is Lyman Street. This is the dog park that I'm sure many are familiar with. And then there's a road that runs, in front of the dog park. So these blue shaded areas are where we would plant these additional trees. All the green dots that are up there are existing trees. It's all part of this is a snapshot from his tree inventory, or asset management plan. So that's why we're here. And Kyle is here because he can answer any specific questions about the project or anything you might have.
Great. Thank you. Open to the board for any comments or questions. Actually, I just had a quick question. The blue on top, I know that's near the cricket field, cricket pitch, whatever. Any interference potentially with planting trees there with what we're doing on that field?
No, we discussed it with the rec department head, Jen Kirkland, and others associated with the fields, and everybody indicated there would be no conflict with trees there in the cricket pitch.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, other comments? Yep, Patrick.
So yeah, I guess two questions come to mind. They're related. First one is you've got 25 trees up at the top and then 25 trees at the bottom, but the 25 trees at the bottom are a much smaller area. So I'm just curious, and the second part of that question is, are there going to be a mix of trees that we're talking about here and the heights of the canopy?
Yeah, that's correct. So I intend to do this in 2 phases depending on how much money is left in the budget. The first phase would be the longer one near the cricket pitch. We would plant those this fall. And if there was remaining funds left over in the spring or next fall season, we would go after those 25. To answer your question, yes, we do have 4 types of species that we would plant in this area. It would be oak, linden, London plane, and sycamore that are more drought resilient than what we typically have in our forest setting right now. The smaller area, we would do what we called a double alley. So instead of having 1 row of trees, like it would be on the upper blue portion, the lower portion would have 2 rows of trees alternating, and the canopy size would be sized appropriately to match that area.
And then I guess the final question, are there any special considerations in regards to the distance those trees need to be offset from the dirt road there? The trees up on the right that are already planted, that's a paved road. Are there any considerations that need to be made for that?
Yeah, so on the upper portion, they would be about 16 feet off of the center line of that area. The hope is that these are large canopy trees, so in the future they would cover that roadway such as you see there. But the height of the limbs would not interfere with vehicles, or if we were ever to pave or do any projects there, they would be well above that when they become mature.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mark?
Yeah, having used the dog park and having heard from other people, one of the complaints is the lack of shade. Are these trees going to help with that at all? They don't seem to be close enough to.
These trees will not. As part of the project, there are plantings that are going into there. I've reviewed that with our engineering department, and I requested they didn't plant them in the summer because it wasn't the appropriate time. So they are going to be planting them this fall.
Okay,
I'm just waiting for a
they're
phone
just
call.
not shown on this map.
They are not.
Okay.
They're not shown on this map, and they aren't planted yet. And that's a contracted service through the dog park. So I'm helping with the oversight of the planting, but not performing the work through DPW.
Okay, and is this map online? I just see some, like there's green dots with purple like flowers around it, and
Yeah.
blue dots with an orange around it. I'm just curious to know what the
Yep.
key is.
Yeah, so this is our internal documentation that we use where I can turn things on and off. We have a public-facing layer on our website, which is a full street tree inventory. We just actually added about 3,000 trees to it with the grant service that we got last year. And we're about to kick off a whole nother round of public-facing technology that directly goes into our urban forest. So you can see this on the Westborough Forestry Division website, and it's much more simplified than what you see here. If you live at a certain street, you can click on your house, you can click on the trees, and you can go, hey, I live at 21 West Main, and that's my house, those are my trees, that's what they are.
That's great. Okay.
Personally, I think this is great. Happy we have grant funding to do it. It's a great location to continue to improve it. I think the trees would absolutely improve it in a number of ways. So I'm definitely supportive of this. But other comments?
Looked like you were about to make a motion.
Yeah, so I move to approve the planting of trees at Lake Chauncey with additional funds from the grant received as presented.
Second?
Okay, all those in favor?
Thank you very
5-0,
much.
5 being present. Thank you, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, item 5 on the agenda, gift of items for outdoor space between 32 and 34 West Main Street, Civic Club.
Yeah, so I can start. At their last meeting, or maybe, I think maybe the meeting before, the Civic Club came before you and stated that they were interested in offering a monetary donation to do some work to create more of a plaza between 32 and 34 West Main Street. In subsequent conversations, so then the board did set up a gift account to receive that money. In subsequent conversations and working with our Assistant Public Works Director, Derek Sari, they've actually identified the items that they would like to purchase. So now we would be receiving those items, and then also a monetary donation to add a water source to that side of the town hall in order to water that area, as well as contribute to the watering of the downtown flower boxes. And so that gift account would stay in place and would be able to receive the funds the Civic Club were to put in there, or others. But also the select board would need to take a vote to accept the gift of the tables, chairs, planters, the items that they've identified for that location. So I don't know, you have a presentation, or do you want to show? You have in your packet the cut sheets and the layout, but I don't know if you want to just show that quickly. And just while you're doing that, this is the other area that the board had voted its intent to name. That deadline has passed. We received 2 recommendations for naming, so that public hearing would happen at an upcoming select board meeting.
Do you have them, Christie? Because my PC decided to
Oh, no.
do something. Oh, it's upgrading.
Oh,
Perfect time.
Let me see if I can do this. Kim, this is laptop 3.
always perfect timing, right?
I said no, but great, thanks. So I'm George Grosner, president of the Civic Club, and Mark Lippett back there is our treasurer. So this is the just an overview of the area, calling it Civic Plaza because that's the name we submitted through the process. This gives the dimensions of it. If we go to the next one. So we had several meetings, like Christy mentioned, with Christy and Derek from DPW, a lot of talking and stuff. And so for the first cut, this is what we came up with. So basically, it's 5 tables, 4 4-seaters. One of those will be modified for ADA, and then a 6-seat table in the beginning, in the middle, some planters, garbage, a bike rack with the Civic Club logo on it, and a couple of benches and planters, and this is roughly how they kind of fit out. And our thinking was we'd start with this, see how it fits, how it gets used, and then come back in the future for, to enhance it, or based on the feedback. This just kind of shows actually the items we've identified. So we worked with Keystone Design, which is who we've worked with in the past for all the benches that we've kind of donated in town. So we have experience with them. DPW has experience installing their stuff, so it's kind of a known quantity. We can kind of see here the tables, 4-seater, 6-seaters. One of them will be modified for a wheelchair. All but one will have a game board, checkerboard pattern on it, so you can play checkers and stuff. And all of them will have, or most will have, holes for umbrellas for the future. We decide to need that. Everything will be done in black. To kind of orientate it, Main Street's over on the left-hand side, so there's a set of benches and planters, combination there to kind of break that up. The tables, the garbage, and then the bike rack would actually be right in front of Town Hall. There's a nice little kind of cubby hole there for one that would just kind of go there.
Yeah, I think that's important. So the bike rack that they're proposing is actually in front of Town Hall, so not within this area.
Yep.
But I know that you're working with Derek, and Derek is working with our planning department on a plan to add bike racks throughout town. So they're just working together to make sure everything is coordinated.
Right.
Which, if I can ask a question, Ian?
Yep.
About that specifically. So I know the ATSC, my understanding is they have a grant for bike racks, and, I'd love to see some consistency throughout town as far as what those look like, so just my comment there is I'd like to, it's good to hear they're coordinating, so I'd like to, hopefully that's what's happening.
Well, I can tell you they don't look anything like these.
Okay. And what else?
The ones the bike racks that were proposed are, through the grant are quite a bit different than these. They're like 2 bike rack. There were hoops.
Right.
With the hoops.
So this one could only hold bikes on one side because it's pushed up against the wheelchair ramp. So it's a little bit different. And then I also, the ATSC and planning department, or at least the assistant planner, has requested to come before you to actually present this plan I think at your next meeting.
I think what this might do is give us an additional bike rack somewhere else, because this bike rack that is being proposed as part of this may make one that was proposed through the grant
Right.
redundant.
Right.
And give us the ability to expand that to another location.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I was just
I'm not
hoping, and I realize there's possibly limitations here, but hoping that there could be some consistency between them.
Other comments, questions?
Yep, can I?
Yep.
So the planters, if you could go to the other slide, the one with the chairs and the planters.
Yep. This one.
Yeah, so I'm happy to hear that there's consideration for the ADA. I guess my first question would be, is one enough? I don't know. That would I'd rely on our disability commission and our community planning director to weigh in on that. So that would just be something we should check on before orders are placed. I'd love to see a few more planters. I see them here in the seats. I just worry those are going to get kind of abused, right? Like in between the seats. So I don't know. I don't know if we need a bench and then a planter and then another bench. Again, I don't know kind of what the budget is like, but I just feel like it's a space, given the other view that you showed with the, can you go down one more, Kirsty? Or, no, the other way, I'm sorry. Go up.
This one or the next one?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess the one, right, the one with the design one phase right there. So,
So this has 4 planters right now. So the
two
two on the
Ps.
bottom, right above Town Hall, those are. for the
right, so I see
dimension.
those 2 planters, and then those on the far left are benches, right?
And
With a
planters,
planter in
they're
the
combo.
middle.
Right. Right, so the picture that was shown, so if you go to the next slide, it seems like one that I could see those plants as they grow getting crushed and sat on, and if there are bees, they're like, I just don't know that that's practical. They're pretty, but I don't know that they're practical. And so what I'm saying is, would it be more practical to have a bench and a planter like in between, and then another bench? It's just a suggestion. I'm not an exterior landscape beautification design person. And the planters on the wall side of the town hall, just in proportion, and again, just seem small. That's all.
So the planters and benches on the left, we kind of picked those because it also kind of set a boundary, and it also provided kind of seating for, parades, whatever is happening kind of downtown.
Yep.
And also, it kind of gives us a nice place to put a plaque or two up in the front of the planter there. So that's why we kind of considered that. So I suppose we can certainly go look and see what other bench options there are and maybe do something there. The other thing we wanted to also get a little experience with is we're trying to figure out like how much sun the alley really gets, right? And so based on some website I found that you can track that, to us it looks like you get a couple hours in the morning and that's about it.
Good point. Yep.
And so we kind of want to see actually, or how it kind of pans out and decide, more planters and where we would put them. Now we have talked with Derek at the DPW about doing something toward where the dumpsters are at the far end. That's screaming for something kind of big to block it. And a planter or something might be more appropriate there.
Yeah.
And so.
I mean, I think it's great. It's going to be wonderful, whatever we do. I saw those other bench seat planters and I thought, oh God, people are just going to sit there and those like plants and flowers are going to get crushed. That was my first instinct. So I would separate them. That's really all.
Right.
Other comments? Mark?
Yeah, I feel like this is an extremely generous move by the Civic Club, and I think they've worked pretty hard with DPW to come up with an initial design that we still have room to grow and expand on. I'd like to see a mural down there. I'd like to see maybe a little performance area or something. Who knows? But there's a future here, and this is just the start. when I look at the math, though, and again, I'm not trying to hold you to a certain number, but I'm gonna, as I recall, the donation was 50,000,
Right.
and this total is just under
36 something.
37.
37.
So are we holding the rest in reserve, or what are we doing with that?
We are not receiving the money. They're going to purchase items for
As
the
they-
location. So the only money that we'll be receiving is about $4,500 for the water feature.
Okay, and again, I think this is, 37,000 is extremely generous. I'm not asking you for.
So the club
I'm just
committed up to
curious what happened.
$50,000, right?
Yeah.
And when we talked back and forth, do we want to like just give the money and say, go ahead? And the feedback we kind of got was like, no, we really should collaborate on this and kind of figure it out. Also, one of the concerns that we definitely had from the club side was that, well, say we put this all together and it costs $20,000. I'm just making up a number here, right? Well, that extra $30,000 we'll never get back. And so that seems kind of a little problematic. And so also, I'll put in the third thing is, if you notice here, we didn't fill up the whole space, right? We said, let's start and see how it gets used and then go make some adjustments, right? Because I think if I came back in 9 months and say, we want to give you another $15,000 worth of stuff, you'd probably take it.
Yep.
Right, and so I think kind of a staged approach makes sense for this. We'll certainly take the feedback on some of the planters and benches and maybe tweak them a little bit. But, I'd much rather kind of take this in a couple steps than try to do it all at once and then mess it up.
Yeah. No, again, I'm fine with that. I think it's a generous donation, whether it's, $100, right? So, I mean, I'm quite happy with what you're proposing, and, I'm just trying to get straight what the thinking was, and it makes a lot of sense to me that you have some say over, what goes in down there.
Right, and there's still a couple things, like, we can't go all the way up to the coop, because there's like a 12-inch section there that's not really the town's, right? And there's gas meters and stuff there, right? And then we know there's some work that has to be done by the parking lot, because of all the dumpsters and things like that there. So there's some, issues we're kind of working through. And so instead of waiting to figure all that stuff out and come up with a perfect plan, it seems like a good first step, and let's see how people respond to it, and then, we'll make adjustments.
We actually have a picnic table that we keep in the back of the building that staff uses at lunchtime, and we moved that into the alley kind of to get working with them to get an idea, and we've already seen people sitting over there using it. So
I can vouch for that. I used it last week, and it was quite pleasant. So, of course, it was 80 degrees.
Yeah. Not raining.
No, it wasn't like today.
Great. Other comments?
Just one thing I thought of. So first of all, thank you. This is fantastic, the work you guys are doing here and the donation. One other thing to consider as we were talking here is that you might want to consider, unfortunately, people do still smoke today. Maybe one of those cigarette disposal things as opposed to a trash can might be something else to also look into. Just don't want to see cigarette butts all over that alleyway.
they can't smoke within a certain distance of a public building.
Ah.
So maybe we need a sign.
And sign.
Yeah, I like
What's
that
that distance,
better.
do you know?
I'd have to, I was
Okay.
just quickly looking, but
I knew it wasn't in a public building. I didn't know it was within. Okay, good.
Okay, anything else, or is there a motion?
I would make a motion. I move to accept the gifts for the plaza located between 32 and 34 West Main Street from the Civic Club as presented.
Seconded?
Okay, all those in favor?
Thank you very much.
5-0.
Oh,
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
thanks.
Okay, moving on, item 7, request to, nope, sorry, that was item 6. 7, junk dealer collector's license for Kubaran Jewelers, Inc., doing business as Tanishq.
Great. So we actually have the applicant here, so I don't know if you want to hear from
Yes,
her.
please. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Patel. I'm sorry I didn't have any presentation. I didn't
Nope,
realize I was
Don't worry about
supposed
it.
to. But I am very excited to bring this business in Westborough. My husband grew up in Westborough. We are Hopkinton resident, but this town has been part of our life for like more than 25 years. And the company that I'm bringing is a very well-known franchise and associated with a very well-known company called Tata Group in India. So it's a very reputed ethical company. It gives back to the community, and we hope to do the same here.
So could you just give a little bit about the business? Like, we have it in ours here. If I read it, but maybe explain it too, and also a chance to you to advertise the business. So it says you're mainly in the business of selling high-end jewelry made of gold, diamond, platinum, other precious metals, and gems, but you'll also be buying back used old fine gold and diamond jewelry, but never selling used jewelry, just buying back.
Yes.
So
Every now and then the company runs a promotion where they buy back old jewelry and they give, in replace of buying, they give some refunds based on the value of the jewelry. We have a device called carat meter that is being used to value the percentage of gold or silver, whatever is in the jewelry, and they give the customers credit for that for buying new one. We don't sell old jewelry, and buying back old jewelry is not the main focus, but every now and then they run this kind of promotions where they give more credits than what it's worth, their jewelry.
great. And Christy, maybe you can help with this, just because from the public and others, you know, it basically, the license or permit is called a junk collector.
That's right.
But this is not, I mean, that's just the name of it. This is not
It's fine.
collecting junk. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So when actually she had reached out to us initially, she asked about precious metal licensing, which is really, I think, what we're talking about. But in working with council, that falls under that category of junk collector, junk dealer collector.
It just sounds weird, but
Yeah.
it's not exactly. That's why I want to
It
get out
sounds weird
exactly
to me,
what you're
but
doing.
yeah.
Exactly. Okay. Perfect. Other questions from the board?
Hello, thank you for coming today.
Thank
It says here you're going to be located at 303 Westborough.
Turnpike Road.
Yes.
Turnpike Road, pardon me, yes. That's,
That's next to the Chase Bank and in front of the Walmart,
okay.
the Walmart Plaza in Northborough.
Near the McDonald's.
Sylvia, next to McDonald's? Okay.
Yes, yes,
Friendly's-
across from
Friendly's used to be
McDonald's.
Got it.
Long time.
Yep.
Berkshire
All
Bank.
right. When do you, are you open now, or when do you plan on?
We were trying to open. Diwali is our Indian festival. That's October 20. We were trying, but then the unforeseen things that are happening with tariffs and all, we are pushing back to November 15. So November 15 is our date to open.
Fantastic.
Excellent, thank you, welcome.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Get to that. So I'll move to approve the application for a junk dealer or collector license for Cooperan Jewelers Incorporated, doing business as Tanish Q, owned by Ekta Patel, to operate at 303 Turnpike Road, Westborough.
Second?
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Not all those in favor? It's 5-0. 5 being
Thank you.
present. Thank you for being here, and good luck.
Good luck, yes.
Okay. Moving forward, item 9, fall special town meeting warrant presentations, including but not limited to the community center pool update and petition warrant articles.
Yeah, so the only articles that you have not heard a presentation on that you had requested one is from the petitioner. So Mr. Savoy is here to speak to those two articles. And then when the presentation was given related to the community center pool, we did not open the bids yet. So you have the information in your packet, but we have an updated presentation for that as well.
Okay. So we'll start with that, and then Mr. Savoy will have you up next.
Hope the pool's not that cold.
Can you see it on your screen?
Yeah. It's that one, right? Okay, thank you.
Got a feature in IT.
That's what the extent of it.
Okay. All right, Kim Foster, Assistant Town Manager, and Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director. Just wanted to come back. We have additional information. 2 weeks ago, we were here and talked about the pool project, but we also spoke about the anticipated operational program model once the pool is hopefully open and functioning. But let's start with the update tonight around the funding request at town meeting. So the total is just shy of $800,000, and here is the detail on that. So when we opened the bids, we received 2 bids. One of those was a valid bid, and the total amount for the work, the pool work, is $529,000. We have built in contingency of 7.5% at the recommendation of the architect we have been working with. Just a reminder, given that we'll be doing some work that as things get opened up, any unanticipated or unforeseen repairs would be covered out of these funds. If they are not used, they are returned. The pool, the HVAC, the pool pack unit that we've talked about, and we separated, well, there were HVAC units approved last year. This one we pulled out because unless and until we were moving forward with the pool project, this is a standalone separate unit. So the cost on this is $220,000 based on a quote. And then there are sprinkler repairs that are also required, and those are $11,000. So that gets us to our $799,675 total. So one of the questions when we presented at the Advisory Finance Committee last week, just a better understanding of if we move forward with the repairs, useful life of these repairs, and when might we expect significant capital investment in the future. So the pool tank, and tank actually refers to the cavity in the ground, so what I think of as the pool itself. That the useful life, once that is lined, is expected to be 25 plus years. Compared to an outdoor pool, we don't have the risk of trees falling in it, damaging the liner. We don't have the freeze thaw that you experience with outdoor pools, so it significantly extends the life of the liner. The pool filtration system, the tank related to that, is being relined with fiberglass, and that's expected to extend the useful life of that by 20 years. And then the equipment, the filtration equipment, typically 10 to 15 years. Of note, it's that pool tank, the relining, that is the most significant cost of the project. So that is the one that also has the longest expected useful life. The other one here that I identified, the pool pack unit, the HVAC pool pack, has a useful life 18 to 20 years. So the other items are, they don't have anything listed there. Those are much smaller expenses. The pool deck equipment refers to things like the ladders, the handles, things like that. So those would be most likely part of ongoing regular maintenance expenses. Just one other question came up during the conversation with the Advisory Finance Committee. The bid documents do contemplate that the contractor will need to fill the pool, both to test the work that they've done, but also when they turn the pool over to us, it is expected that it would be filled. So we would not expect to have additional costs after this contract and project is completed related to filling the pool. This is what we talked about last time, so I just want to jump ahead. We talked about pool operations, and we talked about the model that we've proposed involves contracting with a vendor who would effectively have exclusive use of the pool for some number of hours every day during the week. And part of that contract would be to provide swim instruction, lifeguarding classes, those things. So that vendor, we would carve out a certain number of hours a day that they would responsible for that, and in exchange, they would pay us a fee. So we had identified a number of expenses related to operating the pool. We had also identified a couple of revenue sources. One would be the most significant one, potentially, is that contract fee. But then we also identified that programs run outside of those contracted hours, if you will, would be recreation programs run in a similar manner to all of our other recreation programs where they recoup their program costs. So building that out a little more, sorry, this is just the detail on how the vendor contract is anticipated to work. So we did talk about this last time, but we would go out to bid seeking a vendor who would provide all of the aquatic services. So that's our swim lessons, lifeguard, some other aquatic classes. That contract would also include the vendor providing the certified pool operator. That function is something that is a daily, they check the water, they add the chemicals, they're doing all of those types of things. And then daily pool maintenance. So one of the comments that the architect had is similar to anything you may have at your home. You know, once you purchase it, the better job you do maintaining it, you would expect the useful life to last longer. So when we were talking about how this is structured, that's part of what we would expect. Having a certified pool operator who's doing some of these daily maintenance tasks would enhance the useful life of all of the repairs we're hoping to be making. So then in terms of how this might look, in terms of the sort of revenue and expense side, if you look at, might not be the best way to frame it, but some of your just fixed costs. To have the pool operating, regardless of how many hours it's used, what function it's used, you do have to put chemicals in it. There are utility expenses relating to electricity, heat, and then just some of these other expenses that we were able to identify. So when you look at those, our expectation at this point is that could run around $7,800 a month. Just to note, we have been in contact with the prior operator of that pool to help us with this model. The nice thing was their numbers, as well as some of the estimates from our architect, were very similar numbers. So this is, again, based on when the pool was previously operated. They were able to sort of extrapolate to how we're looking to operate it, and this is what we would expect on the expense side. The monthly estimated revenues, based on what we believe we could get for that contract fee, as well as building into that contract the in-kind. So the contract would include the provision of a certified pool operator. So we anticipate that we could have monthly revenue that slightly exceeds those costs. So the other piece that's not built out in quite the same way, but we wanted to just circle back. So any of the recreation programs, so these would be things that, let me just jump ahead to this. What we talked about last time is the things in the green and the purple. You know, those are what we're characterizing as recreation controlled pool time, and anything that's happening in the pool during those hours, we expect that the program fees would cover those expenses. So whatever the cost of the lifeguard, if it's a bigger event and we need multiple lifeguards, Jen would go through the same process that she does for all of our other programs right now to establish the fees. We don't have that completely buttoned up yet. Some of these might be, if you sign up for a senior aqua aerobics class, you pay a per class fee of whatever that cost may be, similar to what seniors currently do for some of their other exercise programs. We may offer a monthly open swim membership. So we're still working through the details on that. But I think one of the key things is understanding if we can cover all of these operational costs through the contract, we would really expect to host programming and have the pool available based on what we can bring in for revenues. One of the other questions that came up when we were talking with the Advisory Finance Committee, this is just meant to illustrate a schedule, and it's based on the hours that the community center is, largely it's based on the hours that the community center is currently open. Once we go out to bid, once we start to really build this out, we've talked about potentially offering early swim several days a week, something from 6 to 8 a.m., get folks who want to come in and swim before they head into the office, other folks who are just early risers. So this is just a starting point. This is not exactly what we are committed to. What we are committed to is getting additional feedback from the community at the point that we do build this out, because the idea is we need to meet the community's needs in order for this to really generate the revenue. Anything else? So I think these were the updates that we wanted to come back with. I do think when you look at this, one of the things, these are average costs. I do want to point out it's really the chemical expenses as well as the utilities can vary based on how much you're programming the pool. Additionally, we understand the winter months, it can be much more expensive to heat, the utility costs. So in the past, the pool operator would actually reduce their schedule. I'm not saying this is what we would do, but I believe January, they really reduced the schedule based on the high cost of heating and the utilities. So, we'd obviously keep an eye on how those charges track during the year, and also, again, just what the demand is. And it's an indoor pool. In the winter, you can't use an outdoor pool. So if we end up generating more revenue, then maybe that becomes a moot consideration. So I think, so obviously this is information that we did not have for you last time because we hadn't been through the bid process. When I talked to our architect who helped us with the bid specs and does this, he said our Weston & Sampson was the bidder that we intend to award to if it's funded. They have a strong track record in doing this work. They are a large firm. They have a general contractor because they can do the design and the build. That's part of the reason that you don't see as many pool companies bidding on this, just under the requirements under the public bid. They can do this effectively in-house, where many of the other companies that do work in outdoor pools or smaller scale pools, they just don't have the capacity to respond to this type of project.
Great. Open up to the board for questions or comments. Sean.
So typically, when we receive bids, the bid itself includes contingency. I guess, did the bid you have here, did they include contingency, and we're placing additional contingency on top of that?
It did not. I think the much larger construction projects do. For smaller ones, you often don't see that in the initial bid because it's a function of if the costs go above that, something unforeseen, it's related to the size of the project.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
What was the AFC vote?
Excuse me, 6-2 to defeat. Some of the slides that Kim's presented tonight were not part of that presentation, so we were able to take their feedback and improve the presentation that we would intend to present to town meeting. There was a concern, not the only concern, but there was a concern about the number of bids that we received. But I will say that even the chair of the finance committee, who works for a university, acknowledged the difficulty in finding people to do this type of work on a non-residential pool. We have other things that we've gone out for where we don't receive many bids, and the fact that we've done this twice, I don't think that we would expect to yield anything different. There were questions by the finance committee about our ability to make bidding easier, which we would love to do, but certainly, as you're aware, we're confined to procurement processes through state law.
The sprinkler repairs quote for 11,000, is that, can you describe where that's located in the building? Is it solely in the pooled area?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And if you could just make sure that our presentation is updated to include some of these the useful life, it doesn't include that.
The presentation in your packet was the AFC presentation.
Yeah, okay, great. So that would be great. Yeah, I mean, my view on this, just so thank you. Appreciate the additional information you've provided. We did ask for that at our last crack at this conversation. I know there are a lot of varying opinions about, do we need a pool, do we not need a pool, can we really afford it, etc. I go back to the original work that we did when we were assessing the needs and interest of the community, and as we know, a pool ranked high, and so over a year ago, more than a year ago. Correct. So from an inflationary standpoint, I was pleasantly surprised, and I think that this is the reason why we have town meeting and why we need, it will be on the warrant, and why we need to bring it forward for the community to determine its path.
Other comments or questions?
Sure.
Patrick?
So thank you, Kim, and the team for working on this and pulling it together. I guess a couple questions, couple comments. My first comment is I was actually, Shelby, a little bit, the draft warrant article back in March of this year was $571,000 versus this. So this, and I get it, things changed. That was a number that we were told wasn't a full bid. So in my mind, it went up, not down.
Patrick, can I just clarify that?
Sure.
That was just the pool repair cost. It didn't
Right.
include the HVAC, the pool pack. It didn't include the contingency. So that was really.
Yeah, I think it was like, if I remember correctly, though, the pool piece of it alone was like 400 and I want to say 470 or something like that. I thought it was a lower number than the 529.
The actual bid that we received was $542. It was about $11,000.
Okay.
Right, so the draft warrant was based on the architect's initial estimate a year ago.
Maybe that's the number I'm referring to.
But we hadn't opened the bids yet.
Yeah. Yep. So, it's a similar mindset that I bring to the conversation we had 4 or 5 years ago in regards to the library. What's Plan B? Right. This is a big number. It's a big number for a pool. I'm a huge supporter of swimming education, having been a lifeguard for a number of years. So I'm very much an advocate for getting a pool. My question would be, what is it to just get the existing pool, right? What is it to just get the existing pool up and running as it is, as opposed to the leveling of the pool, which is probably a large percentage of that $529,000. And I don't expect an answer tonight. I don't. I'm not really asking that question. That's a question because that's not a question that's been asked before. So I'm not looking for an answer to it now. So I'm struggling with this number, I guess is what I'm saying. But to be a little bit more precise, Kim, if you can go to what the basic operational costs, that one. One of the things that you mentioned residents versus non-residents, how would that be tracked? How would that be monitored? Because I'm assuming that similar to swim clubs that I'm familiar with, they use a card swipe, right? You get an account, you pay for an account. How do we do that in context of the pool? How do we do that in the context of the entire community center to track who's coming in, who's eligible for what fee versus a different fee if you're out of town?
Yeah. The recreation department is already doing that with their programs. They do have spaces available for non-residents, and they do charge different fees. So we would use a similar system through both MyRec as well as when people sign up for programs.
Is that a manual system?
No.
Okay. I guess how's it done today then?
Using MyRec, when people sign up, they identify if they're a resident or a non-resident.
So I guess, okay, so in that, if I was a resident in town and I wanted to come to Open Swim and I didn't put something in MyRec, would I be allowed to use that as a non-resident?
So I think, as Kim had mentioned, we haven't hashed out all the details about having a pool membership. So again, that membership would come through MyRec, and that was where we would get that data. Going ahead, in regards to the whole community center, not to go off course, but we are going to have some sort of swipe-in system for people that are just using to come play pickleball, because I don't have data right now. People that are playing pickleball there right now, I don't know who they are. There's no easy way to track them. So there would be some sort of kind of scan in, scan out.
Perhaps it doesn't fall under the pool piece of it at all. It falls under maybe the community center as a whole as opposed to this. So I thank you. That helps me. Those are, I think, really my only comments. Thank you.
Great. Other comments? Just to clarify, because I think it may have come up in Advisory Finance Committee, but I think the way the article is written is to see if the final vote to transfer from available funds $800,000. So there's not an intention here that this is going to impact the tax rate. So that basically this would be used through available funds, so not a levy on the taxpayer.
Right, and thanks for any article that would typically pull from free cash, because we've not certified free cash this year, would pull from overlay surplus. So last week, the Board of Assessors met and released $1,050,000 of overlay. But it works similar to free cash in terms of its impact on the taxpayer.
Right. And that overlay surplus, if we don't use it for a purpose like this, would that go into free cash or into the general fund?
It would close out at the end of the fiscal.
To your point, though, Ian, that I get it, and that's great. But on the flip side, you draw down free cash, it's impacting free cash, which, as we know, is part of our financial policy. It could have other effects. So we just need to be sensitive to that.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. It came out in questions of, we have people are concerned about their tax rate. I just wanted to be clear that this does not have an impact on their tax rate. Yes, it's all money of the town. You're absolutely right. I totally agree with you. It's that balance. You have to say, okay, we do have reserves in town, free cash being the big component. We have a financial policy. The policy is written to pay for capital projects. This would fall under kind of that capital expenditures planning. To me, I have been since day one. I'm very supportive of this. I think let's hear what the taxpayer, I want to bring it to town meeting. Let's hear what the town wants, but this is something, and Shelby said it as well, this is something that since day one has been kind of top of the list in the surveys of what residents wanted. I think that, yes, there's an upfront cost. We've known that. We now know the number to do that. Town has to decide whether to do that. I like the piece and what you've brought back here in the sense that and I do trust that this is what recreation does and has done for a long time, is it basically runs programs without costing the taxpayers a dime. So.
Can I just add? So overlay surplus, it would contribute to free cash, but it is not a typical resource for free cash. I think it's only been released maybe 3 times in the last maybe 15 years that I can remember. So in terms of what typically generates free cash, this this would not be necessarily a reduction in that. This is an additional unanticipated revenue.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I ask just a clarifying question? So on your costs, you have utilities, and you said that there is an impact as the weather gets colder, the cost to heat the pool in that area. What does the 3,000 represent? Is that a median, average? Like, to what extent does it factor in the swing of that cost?
High average, does that work?
Okay.
So-
well, no,
Higher than median.
Yeah, right.
And the
the
challenge
town meeting.
is, we've made some other improvements with the units.
Yep.
So hopefully we realize some
Efficient.
efficiencies
Yep.
there, as well as the hours that we operate are likely to be different than the hours when it operated during the sports, as a sports club. So obviously you can't just shut the heat off, but you can control it, during the hours the pool's not in use. So we would anticipate, we were trying to account for those things as well.
And to Patrick's question, in the bid, because I don't remember the details of it, did we ask, was it the leveling out was
It was not
was an option? or
It was not
whatever?
an alternate. No, when we
wasn't an
spoke
alternate.
to the architect,
Yep.
he didn't believe that when you look at the total cost of the
Yeah.
he didn't believe that pulling that out separately was the significant cost driver
Yeah.
for the total package.
So I want to understand that better. You're saying that the leveling of the pool was not a significant cost driver to that 529,000?
When we asked the architect, that was his
That makes
recommendation.
absolutely no sense to me. That's the major thing that they're doing.
Well, they're relining the whole pool.
And they're
No.
relining it, but that's a massive structural change to that pool. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense.
I know that, certainly this is a big number that now we've come forward with twice, and there's, certainly it's up to the town meeting how they want to handle it. But in terms of reducing the scope of the work, I think a good example of why we don't want to do that was brought up earlier. So when the dog park came back, lack of shade structure. So I just think that if we're going to make the investment, saving $100,000, $200,000 for the 25-year plus life of the pool might not be prudent.
Great.
And Patrick, you had sort of said, hey, what's our plan B? And I guess I want to be clear, but my understanding is there is no plan B.
There is no plan B.
So we weren't asked to,
Plan B is do nothing.
Right. We have
oh,
an
yeah.
underutilized space.
Thanks.
We don't anticipate the costs are going to go down. So I don't expect that we would come back with this as a separate capital project. I think Plan B would be to wait however many years we wait for the second phase of the project.
So I get where everybody's going with that, but I guess my point on that was there's always a real true plan B. What would it take to actually get that pool up and running as is today versus leveling that pool?
Do we want to do that because we would eliminate as I understand, would eliminate senior?
No, it wouldn't eliminate it. It would eliminate the
Size.
that could be used for that.
But more of a risk because you have a deep end that folks could.
Yeah.
It's not. It's right now. It's a uniform depth, so it's 4 feet.
You'd
The
have to
uniform depth, the 6
Change
inches.
the level of the water.
Water.
I mean, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, the level of the water.
Well, yeah, I guess
You can't fill a pool
Right,
three-quarter
right.
full and expect it to function.
no, you can't because of the filters and
are
all
not
that
at the
stuff,
right
right? So, yeah, you can't. So, I don't know what portion of it is the decreasing the depth of the pool, but let's just, for argument's sake, let's go say it's 100,000 of the 529. In my opinion, over the life of this pool, that is short money for having a community pool that more people can use, and it's coming out of free cash. We're not raising the tax.
Then we'd be fine, right?
Well, I mean, people swim in Lake Chauncey now, and yeah, I know you got to walk in, but it's over your head, and
Well,
you got to figure it out, right?
I guess my bigger point is this, since we're going to get into with the sarcastic comments about that, but, we have a near 20% near poverty rate in our town. So we have to consider what the impact of this, and I get it that this can be taken out of free cash. But as I mentioned, that has an impact to free cash. This is a nice to have. I support having a pool. The question is whether or not it's an $800,000 investment to make that pool operate. I'm not sure I buy into the need for $800,000 to get the pool to operate as is. I'm not talking, I mean, fine, for, years, you have a choice, to Sean's point. Leave it as is, doesn't get used. That's a horrible idea. I don't support that. I hope that doesn't happen. Mercedes-Benz of pools, or can we get away with fixing the pool as is today?
So Patrick, great question. So when you look at this, that's a firm quote. That's regardless of the size of the pool.
Yeah. Well, remind me again, is the pool pack actually required?
Yes.
Yes, it's to heat the pool. It's not, and we knew that going into it.
Okay, so.
That's the heat, right?
Yeah,
For the pool.
yeah.
You can't operate the pool without it. That's,
Yeah.
So it's been operating all these years without it, without that?
No, it
needed
doesn't
to
function
be
anymore.
repaired.
We replaced all the other
Thank you
HVAC
for
units
reminding
this
me.
one, yeah.
Okay.
So that's a must-have. The sprinklers must-have. That's life and safety. We know all about that. So the 39, again, I really, I don't have 39,000 in my pocket today, so it's not a small amount, but in the scheme of things, that's a small number. So the question really is, how much of the 529 gets to your question, right? Gets to your answer. And it is, in the 529, it's also including, can you go back to that other colored box there? It's a number of things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that tank, which is the big piece Kim already made, and then all those, well, not the light green and blue.
So I think you have, I think, and you brought up the library, I think you have to go in, but I guess if you go back to the page and we said it's not 529, it's 329, but you're getting what you have today, and, the usage will be more limited. Is that okay? So we want to spend $599,000, not $799,000.
Also, the useful life would be shorter.
Yeah. Right, a shorter useful life.
Why would the
why would that
useful
matter?
life be shorter?
Because aren't you not doing anything? If you're not doing anything to the, what did you call it, the tank?
Well, no. If
Well, I think you're still
repairing-
doing that, you're just not leveling it, is what
Yeah,
you're
I
saying.
think that's where so we recognize we have to repair the whole liner, right? That needs, because it was cracking, there were
Has to
lots of
be.
different things. But we don't have that answer, but you're right, we could say,
Well, one of the things we mentioned when we did the last presentation, the size of this pool, many of the other communities in the pools where Jen reached out and had conversations, they're Olympic-sized pools, and they generate significant revenue from rentals by swim teams. We wouldn't. The 3 foot 6 inch depth is still absolutely suitable for swimming laps. It enhances the suitability, if that I follow it, for other classes, which we would expect to be the major drivers of the program revenue. So the aqua swim classes, particularly for seniors. We've gotten some feedback that lower depth is preferred because there are people who are familiar with that depth pool and said, oh, if you don't lessen the depth, then I can't do certain things in that pool. So we believe, given the program model that we're building, given that we won't have rentals to swim teams for the laps, that enhanced functionality with the lower depth helps on the program model side, which I understand is different from the initial outlay, but.
Yeah, and I would just I don't think, and it's your comments, I'm not saying they're wrong, I wouldn't look at this as the Mercedes-Benz approach. I think it's the rational approach of what we think would be best suited to the majority of the population.
Oh, I know, this is the plan, I mean, this is what's going to town
But
meeting.
I don't think I personally would not call it a Mercedes-Benz. I call it a smart thinking of we have to put money out. Do you put money out to have what is and have limited use, or do you go with what you think is the most advantageous for the majority of the community because we're building out a community center. So just a difference in opinion. Not saying you're wrong or I'm wrong or right. It's just difference in opinion. But I just don't look at this as Mercedes-Benz. But again, I think it's the town. I want to bring something to the town that makes sense because we're going to do this once. You don't go and do this and come back and say, hey, we got it wrong. We really should have gone with the lower pool deck. Let's drain it and do it again. That's, it's a one-time shot here in my mind. Let's see what the town decides to do. Okay, next, we have Mr. Savoy here for the petition warrant articles. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Savoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I've got a laptop coming. There we go. Thank you. First, Wilfred Savoy, 41 Chestnut Street. I first would like to publicly thank our town moderator, John Arnold, for his assistance over the last 4 or 5 months in putting together or ensuring the process and the information is accurate in a non-judgmental way, doing some research on the historical background of this process in the town. So thanks to John. The intent of this article, Article 15, is to establish a local initiative petition and to get this done through the home rule petition, that is asking the general court, the legislature, to pass a special act for the town of Westborough. I'm going to basically address 3 points: what, why, and how on this initiative petition. It's a formal written request asking for a particular cause, particular action. It also, because it's a local initiative, that are placed before the voting public that will shape the community direction. The petition process as well petitions the MCAS for graduation requirements, the auditors auditing the legislative branch, and ballot questions are well established in Westborough as well. Proposition 2.5 debt exclusions over the years. Adoption of the Community Preservation Act was also a ballot question. Opt-out of marijuana sales was another one. And in 1987, petition on elected officials. And I heavily drew upon this particular language in formulating the petition, local petition language that we're talking about now. Okay. Why have a local initiative petition procedure? Well, it provides Westborough citizens with a procedure for direct participation in government decision-making, critical to a vibrant community. Voter participation is an essential right and responsibility for all citizens in a democratic society. It provides a means for Westborough citizens to place questions on a ballot for a binding determination by the entire electorate. Local initiative petitions have been used to establish zoning and land use regulations, local taxation, fees, infrastructure projects, and social issues. Westborough is a progressive community, forward-thinking, and seeking to improve, with town officials who have requested, I've heard many times over the last several years, citizen feedback. This is a process where you would get citizen feedback. Now, how does it work? How does a local initiative petition work? First of all, we have to get town approval by majority vote, which is special town meeting coming up, to request the state legislature to pass special legislation that will enable this procedure to be part of the Westborough Charter. That will be coming up next week. The local initiative petition may be filed by 200 registered voters, at least 25 of them being from each precinct, to place a binding question on the ballot. The question would be placed on a special election ballot within 60 to 70 days, or on a regular election ballot within 90 days. Those figures come from our current petition for recall of town officials. Question will be determined by a majority vote unless otherwise required by state law, and would take effect upon passage. So those are the three questions that I attempted to present to you. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, we can go on to the next one.
Sorry, thank you for bringing this forward. Just a couple questions. Is there any limitation on what could be considered for a local initiative petition? Could it be, for example, a taxation article that typically goes to town meeting, or is there a limitation on what
It
it
is,
could be?
basically, it is limited to not violating the current charter or the state law. Those are the limitations. There are more limitations on the override of a town meeting vote. Those are highly restrictive. But on this one here, it's pretty broad, except you're within the laws of the state, the Commonwealth, and our charter.
Okay. And the second one is, any difference between what, besides the process here, any difference between what could be put here versus what could be put on as a citizen's petition on a town meeting warrant?
What would be the difference? I'm sorry.
Is there a difference between what could be put on here versus, so is this providing an option that could not be handled through a citizen's petition on town meeting?
What is a citizen's petition on town meeting?
So right now, we have the ability for anybody with a certain number of signatures to put a citizen's petition
Right.
on our town meeting ballot. So the question is, so we have that in place today.
Yes.
This, where you'd think a home rule. Is there anything that this would provide that today can't be handled through a citizen's petition on a town meeting?
I think that would be basically the same. The key difference here is that all the electorate participates in this process, whereas a petition on town meeting floor, town meeting votes on it, and that's it. So there's the major difference between 50 or 10 votes, or 10 petitioners, or 100 petitioners, versus 200 petitioners to get it on a ballot for all voters.
Yeah, so it's a
But all
scope.
voters can vote at town meeting.
Right.
Right, but I think the practical nature, I don't want to put words in Mr. Savoy's mouth, but the practical nature is that town meeting attendance, so thereby increasing the number of people responding by ballot versus attending town meeting.
You know, anywhere from 4,000 votes to 10,000 votes,
Election cycle.
yeah.
Yep.
depending on the election.
So if I look at the timing related to this, if somebody, typically our elections are held in March. Town elections are held in March. So if somebody came forward with a petition in June, the expectation would be, if it was one article, that would be a single article townwide vote that would need to occur on a ballot by roughly the end of September.
Yes, within 60 or 70 days. So it's something that is can be determined, obviously. If the item is of critical importance, such as the current petition, the recall petition, that needs to be acted on immediately or sooner. Some other issues can be timed so that they come up at a regularly scheduled election. In other words, bring your petition before the board within 90 days, and then it could appear on the regular election ballot. So you can time it so that you don't have to have a special town meeting, a special election, I should say.
And what you're saying, though, the you is the person who is created the petition, not like the board or anybody else in the community. It would be the individual who created it.
But the process would be, obviously, that it would have to come to the board for the establishment of the election, whether it be a special election or on the regular election ballot. So it goes through the board. Any action goes.
Specific time period,
Yes.
and then hold an election. Critical, we're going to hold it for.
It would be similar to the town official recall. That's very structured, very spelled out as to what will happen and the time frame. So that's
Conscientious about, and if you will, savvy would say, I want to time this maybe around town or other primary elections or a national election, right? You might think of that, but this, the way it's written, doesn't allow for that. Like, it could be like, to your point, hey,
On the fly.
I got an idea, I'm going to bring it forward in June, and now we have to have a special election. That's the way it's written. I mean, just to be clear. So it's a great question.
Well, and I think another piece of that is that it could come right after you've set the tax rate, or right after the funds, or
less.
potentially reduce a budget that the tax rate has already been set on. And I don't know how that technically would work.
Yeah, I appreciate the able to bring things before a town meeting vote. I guess the question is, being able to do that multiple times throughout the year potentially would be of concern to me.
So
the history is that these, they're not a frequent occurrence. Shrewsbury had a recall on, or a override on their town meeting vote, twice in 95 years. So they're not a frequent occurrence. They're not people who are going to be filing these.
Correct. But each of those went along with a townwide election. It's more that this could happen outside of a townwide election. And depending on what the issue is, what kind of term, a single article that people may or may not be aware of. I mean, right now we get less than 20% for a town election. So
You get 4,000. The last election was about 4,100,
Yeah.
about 14,000. The presidential election was over 10,000 people that voted.
correct.
So, yeah, you may not get a large turnout for that. So that's something that has to be considered.
Yeah, I like the thought of doing this. I would prefer it was attached to a townwide election. That's my thought.
Yeah, if you could just speak in the microphone. Mark.
I gotta hear it.
feel like there's a process in place already where 200 voters can call a special town meeting, and we had that happen over the library, and it seems like there is a process in place already for that, and if people are interested, they'll come to town meeting, and are they gonna, I guess it makes it a little easier to have the polls open, a little easier for the voters to have the polls open for 12 hours or whatever, but it's also awfully lot more expensive on the town if these start becoming a regular occurrence. So I mean, an election is an expensive town clerk.
Yep, that's a good question. Other questions? Patrick?
Yeah, no, Mr. Soy, I applaud your attempt here. I think noble attempt to provide another mechanism for people to bring issues to town meeting vote. I really do applaud that. I am concerned with the frequency potential that could happen based on this. You could have 2, 3, 4 elections in a year for single items multiple times a year. And you may only get, because it's a single item, you might only get a few hundred people show up. And to me, there's not a lot of value in that compared to town meeting. If your intent of this is really to allow more people to vote on it, just simply because of the fact of the frequency potential. I would also concur with Mark in regards to the costs associated with town elections. This would be an additional significant cost every time one of these came up. To be more specific about how you've actually written this, though, I did have a question. You have the term binding in it. It says specifically that, let me read it here. Section 1, any 200 registered voters of the town of Westborough, of which at least 25 shall be from each precinct, may file with the town clerk an initiative petition with their names and address to place a binding question on the ballot. We've had a number of non-binding questions that have come up to town meeting over the last few years. And we had a conversation about binding versus non-binding at a meeting just earlier this summer, and how that is determined, and it's still changing if whether or not something is binding or non-binding. We know certain things are definitely binding, taxation, et cetera, appropriations of funds, things like that. But is this specifically, and how would you determine binding versus non-binding, or was your intent to make this really all-inclusive?
This is a binding procedure.
It's a binding procedure in the sense that you have to follow the procedure, or that the result of the procedure has to be.
Yeah, the result
okay.
of the vote.
Okay, so if we had a resident who said got 200 signatures to paint town hall pink with green polka dots, and we got that on and had an election, and it was voted to be done, we would have to do that. It's
binding.
It's binding. So it's only things that are actually legally capable under the context of the authority of the town. If somebody else came to us and said, we want to change our, the state's policy on X, Y, Z, that's not binding. It's not something under the control of the town.
It wouldn't be the petition. The petition process would not be implemented because it violates state law or charter.
They're going out to their friends and their neighbors.
The board, the board would there would have to be an interpretation or a legal interpretation by the town council on whether that particular issue is covered under the petition. I mean, it's like any other charter article that we have. There's a determination that's made or can be made as to being adhered to or not. So that would fall in the purview of the select board. But you're pointing out some wild scenarios.
We've had some pretty wild scenarios come up recently.
But I'll tell you this, that in terms of the voters of this town, and how they look at the operation of the town, I mean, I've got 100 signatures, talked to 100 different people. And what they're looking for is a connection to the town, an ability to express their opinion. Town meeting is one avenue, but it is not, in all cases, the best avenue.
So that you actually have come around to my next question or point. My concern about this is that it circumvents the established reviews that are used today, which town residents have every opportunity to come to any one of those meetings and get involved and ask questions and make points at any point in time leading up to town meeting. It's one of the reasons why I got involved with the town, is because I realized you don't come to town meeting and that's the first time you hear the subject and you ask questions. You should, because it basically says that 200 people can force a town election at any point in time within 60 to 70 days or 90 days, depending on your bullet there. And it will have not gone to any sort of committee review other than perhaps the select board to determine what we just discussed in regards to binding or not, who are generally speaking the knowledgeable individuals who have volunteered their time to provide context and knowledge around issues of conservation, safety, security, all of those types of things. This bypasses that. Can you address how it doesn't bypass it?
No, I don't think it bypasses. I mean, you look at town meeting. We're sort of going over into the other article, but town meeting provides a certain population with the ability to express themselves and to respond to articles. We get, 200, 400, 600 people at a town meeting. There are 14,000 voters. Obviously, they could not all come, and they can't all come. This is a means by which people can feel that they can express their opinion on substantive issues, not frivolous issues, but substantive issues. 200 voters, 200 signatures is not an easy thing to do, believe me.
Yeah.
It is not an easy thing to do. It's time consuming, and it's a process that sort of weeds out some of the other things. You yourselves have gone through a process where you want to increase from 10 votes, 10 signatures to 50 signatures on town meeting articles, non-binding.
But to be clear, though, right, every resident in this town that is a legal voter has an opportunity to come to town meeting and ask questions and be informed in the current process. Under this process, you're simply saying, I'm going to put a ballot out there, a ballot item, and there is no context other than that ballot item, that item that they see when they come to the ballot box. They've got no context, no presentation, no opportunity to listen to other residents' perspective in regards to that, because it's not town meeting. So you've circumvented that conversation, that natural conversation that happens today in our town meeting process. And I applaud the attempt to get more voters involved, and I think that's really the spirit of this, but I think it's getting perhaps it's not allowing voters to be as informed as they possibly could. And it's also not allowing, I would say, appropriate, for lack of a better word, oversight, input from people who are involved in the community in various different aspects that might be related to a particular ballot that comes up. So I think more work could be done on this to improve it. Right now, I would not be supportive of it as written.
Well, I would just make a brief comment that there's nothing to say that a initiative petition being put before the voters, if the petitioners expect any local initiative petition to pass, they're going to have to get out the vote. There's no question about that. That means it could be public hearings, it could be information put out through the news, websites and so forth.
But no requirement in this process to do any of that.
There's no requirement, but from a practical standpoint, I mean, it's just like town meeting. If you want something passed at town meeting, you have to work for it. You have to present, you have to get the information, the data to prove your position. This would be a similar thing. People are not going to vote for something they know nothing about. It would be simply a waste of time. And the petitioners, the people who are putting this forward, who feel empowered to do it, who have an issue, have a something that they want to put forward to improve the town, they're going to have to work for it. There's no question about that. And if you look at examples of town meeting overrides, people have worked very, very hard in several towns to override recent town meeting votes on particularly the MBTA zoning, multifamily zoning. But again, that's mostly in the second article.
Mark, you did your hand up.
Yeah, I guess part of my reluctance to support this is the method of debate isn't really clear to me. Most of the time when I see a state ballot initiative, there's a ballot booklet that goes out with an argument for and an argument against, and I don't really see any mechanism in this process for that. What I like about town meeting is you have the debate. It's done by people we know are voters, Westborough residents, and I feel like this would allow for a referendum to be placed, and then where is the debate done? Is it done on social media by people who aren't even residents, or is it done like if somebody has a passion to make the changes that you're talking about, there's a mechanism for that, and that's to get involved and join one of the committees or get appointed to AFC and change from within. And I feel like I don't see the method of debate here. I feel like it's just we're going to put something out on an election and see what happens.
I would say that being involved is a noble cause. It's part of our democracy. It's part of the strength of our democracy to be involved. But not everyone can be involved. People are not, they're not available because of their circumstances. And so they have to rely on other means. They cannot rely strictly on town meeting. They can't make it. They got other commitments, whatever. I mean, you just look at the attendance. We have no quorum at town meeting as well. Why was that done several years ago? Well, to make sure that we had people coming. I think that was the reason, usually is. You want to make sure people get there. But all people cannot be involved. All people cannot attend that meeting. This is another alternative to empower all voters. And believe me, there are many voters in this town who do not feel empowered, do not feel a part of the participating decision-making process in the community.
Shelby?
Did you want to?
Well, you didn't really address my, the forum for debate or any will there be some type of argument for, argument against put out so that, or is it just going to be in the hands of, well, let's hope there's a grassroots campaign for one or the other or both? Or I'm just trying to figure that out. Like, where is that debate taking place? Because, I'm just concerned that it's all going to end up on social media and people are going to be arguing from, East Podunk somewhere that aren't even voters.
Mrs. Foy, can you just, I know you have to come up to listen, but can you just respond in the microphone? Just again, comments, people can't hear your responses.
And I guess the other point of that is if there's anyone out there who doesn't feel empowered in the process, I would personally like to know who that is and have them to have a chance. I would like to have a chance to talk to them.
90 signatures, and the vast majority of them felt that.
Sorry. I hate to do that, but we get the complaints. So
I have over 90 signatures of individuals that I've spoken to personally, and I can tell you the vast majority of them feel, looking at this process and the overturning of town meeting process as a way to empower them and participate in the decision-making process of the town. That's healthy. That's not damaging. That's healthy. Now, how that discussion takes place, look at some of the issues that have come up recently in Shrewsbury with their override of the town meeting vote on the zoning bylaw. People were out there campaigning. It was like a political campaign. People in Needham, the same thing. People in Marblehead, the same thing. Very active, involved in an issue, in an important issue, not a frivolous issue, but an important issue. People get out there and campaign for it and feel very strongly. These issues don't come up and would not come up, and the history has shown it will not come up unless it's a very, very important issue for many voters.
Shelby?
Yeah, so Mr. Savoy, can I ask a hypothetical question? Can I ask a hypothetical question? So your objective here is to increase direct participation, right? Give people a voice. If we had, and we don't today, and we know we don't have the ability to, if we had electronic voting from home at town meeting, so we're having those that go participate, and you get your little thing, and those that can't participate somehow remotely, would that satisfy your objective?
It would partially, I would say, from a participant.
I can hear you, the people can.
It would certainly satisfy that partially in the sense of participation. What it doesn't do is that a issue cannot be initiated by a citizen. All petitions are initiated, except if you had a town meeting.
Oh, but it could, right?
Yes, it
just
could,
like you're
yes.
doing here.
It would limit it, but you could put, in other words, you'd have an article on the
Yeah.
town meeting, and all
Yeah.
people would vote it. So it would be a close match. Yes.
It would I think that would enhance the ability for more people to participate.
Yes.
Because let's face it, it's a whole lot easier to drop in to vote and check a box, whether it's for one candidate or one issue or whatever, than it is to sit through 12 hours of town
Yeah.
meeting, right?
I've heard that proposal.
And I have heard lots of people, unfortunately, sadly, that say, hey, I don't have time for it, I've got kids, I've got this, whatever. And I'm not saying those are right or wrong issues, they're
It's the way it is.
Right. I'm older, I can't sit for that long, whatever the case may be, right? Some of my concerns, let me ask you another question. If you had included in this language that it would be a non-binding vote, would you have brought it forward?
A non-binding?
Right, so I know you're like, why would I do that? Oh, you got to go back to the microphone. Sorry.
Yeah, this is for binding results, not non-binding.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have the same concerns that Mark shared around, like, what is the process? I've seen too often when the state, the feds say, we're going to do this thing, we're going to make a change, and no one actually thinks of what's the process, what's the cost, what's the impact, and that's not on you. I'm just saying that, like, who does the pro-con presentation, right? I'm for it. Then there's a group that says, oh, we're going to rally and say I'm against it. Who foots the bill to do that? What are the budgetary limitations around this? Are there any limits of how many times this could be done? Are there I would need to understand better. Christy brought up a great point about something being, and that's your next article, which is overturning, right? A vote at town meeting. That's the next one, right? But what is the impact? I mean, I think your spirit, I applaud your spirit and I like it. It has some, but it just is too unwieldy. And I'm sorry, I just don't, trust me. I'm out on social media trying to, for lack of a better way, sometimes educate and fend off people from what I think, quite frankly, are just crazy ideas. And because they're not involved in the process. And it takes a lot of time to be involved in the process. We have 2 people here who have been very involved in something they're passionate. They come to their meetings and they sit through it. I think it's because we provide great content, but I'm not sure. But they are putting in the time. So I have, you know what I mean? Like, it's really easy to be like, no vote, and not be vested in it. You are, but I'm telling you, you are the rare one. Congratulations. You are rare. People that attend these meetings are rare. Everyone else, quite frankly, I don't know how much they truly care. And it's a whole lot easier to say no than it is to say yes. And that's what happens at the ballot box. That's truth. That statistically is true. Do I want to support something? You know, is it going to cost me money? Nope, all day long. And I get it, right? I'd probably be one of those nopes. But I think what you're getting at is a long-term issue that we tabled way early in my process here on the board about taking a look at town governance and what can we do. And I think that is the path that this, should take us down. I don't think this is the solution as it's presented today. I'm not saying, but I wouldn't be able to support it because there are just too many things in here that I can't wrap my head around process-wise.
I would say that democracy is a messy business.
Yes.
Very messy. And sometimes if we want a democracy, if we believe in democracy, then we have to accept some of the, let's say, sticky parts, the parts that don't make us feel that comfortable that we may have. So it's either we believe in it or we don't believe in it. If you don't believe in it, and if you have too many questions about it and too many concerns about it being disruptive maybe, or a little more cost, participation is the key here. Participation is what we're looking for in a democracy. Without it, we have no democracy here.
So a couple of things. Voting at a town election, right? We all know, right, local taxes are one of the highest outlays of your cost of living, right? We get 4,000 people out of 14,000 people can choose to go and vote, and they do not go and vote. Now, 4,000 is better than 800, I'll give you that, let's say at a big town meeting. Yes, of course it is. But it's not this massive woo, we care about what's going on in town government and who we're going to elect. That's I'm sorry, it's BS. Some people do. But then sometimes it's a popularity contest. Hey, Mark's a good guy. Go vote for Mark. Yeah, he'd be great. He's willing to. How many people, raise your hand, how many people here, not a vote, raise your hand, just said, oh God, thank God you do that. I would never want to do that, so I'll vote for you just because of that.
Yeah.
Right? So sometimes people are not voting, they're voting emotionally, not necessarily with their real logic. And I will say, yes, democracy is messy. But we have a form of democracy here in Westborough, whether we like it or not, which is open town meeting. That is the purest form of democracy. If you can, that's my concern, if you can and choose to participate. The can is my worry, which is why I like this, right? And I like the spirit of it. But I really worry that someone says, I want to put something on that is going to cut the budget mid-year by 10%. It's a binding vote, because who wouldn't vote for that? Heck yeah, I want to lower my taxes. I can tell you that would probably pass. And now we got to tell our town manager, go cut your ends of schools, cut it by 10%. And the voters don't understand what those implications are, other than they're going to pay 10% less. And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just telling you that people would sign off on that in a heartbeat. a lot of people would, without thinking about what that vote for is. And that is my concern, because it doesn't include that other messy stuff of being at these meetings.
I don't think you're giving Westborough voters enough credit. I mean, there is a tendency, obviously, to push the button and say less taxes, bingo, let's push it. But again, my experience in collecting 90 signatures and talking to people, they would not willy-nilly cut the budget, believe me. They would not do it. That's not the people in Westborough. But they are concerned about issues. Taxes, obviously, is one of them. And that needs to be addressed. And this is a mechanism by which all of you people have been asking for the last several years. Give us feedback. We need feedback. What would we cut? What would we do? You know, we need some response from the voters. This is one mechanism. It's a broad mechanism, but it is a mechanism in which you will get feedback.
I would just say, I think a lot of the arguments we're making are relative to both articles. I don't know if we want to have them cover 16 and then
talk about it on the
then
agenda.
talk, yeah.
I think we are jumping over because, yeah.
My comment is specific to this one, if I can.
Okay, go.
I was just going to say, just simply put, I would rather have 800 informed voters than 4,000 uninformed voters. And you really, Shelby was spot on with her comments. I think there's much more danger to this. Take for what the town manager just said. She would not be able, our town manager, whether it's Christie or somebody else in the future, would not have the ability to provide context as to the impact of the vote on that binding vote. So they'd have that voter would have no idea how that vote now affects the town. None.
Again, I would say you're underestimating the voter of Westborough. You really are. I mean, I was surprised. I was surprised in talking with people, many people, of the level of sophistication that they have with regards to the town and with regards to what they want and what they don't want. It's not a matter of, yeah, sure, I want to pay less. It really isn't. If you listen to what people are saying, and again, I've heard it and I was surprised by it somewhat, but the level of sophistication is there, and you got to give them, I think you got to give Westborough voters that consideration and that credit for what they would do.
So to Sean's point, let's move to Article 16. 'Cause I do think there's overlap in both these questions, if you don't mind.
Okay, so let's see. 16, the intent of Article 16 is to establish a procedure for a referendum petition on town meeting votes. What a referendum is obviously a direct vote for by the entire electorate on a particular issue. That's a referendum by definition. Referendum petitions on town meeting votes provides voters a means by ballot to overturn the action taken at town meeting. It's very serious, but it is a mechanism. The referendum petition exists in state law currently for representative town meetings. If a town had representative town meetings, there is a law on the books, Chapter 39, that provides a process for overturning a vote of representative town meeting. If a referendum petition recently occurred in Needham, Shrewsbury, and Marblehead to overturn town meeting votes on zoning bylaws. There were major campaigns conducted. Some of them passed and some of them didn't because of the restrictions that are placed on these votes. Next one. Why have it? Why have a referendum petition procedure? It provides Westborough citizens with a procedure for direct participation in local government decision-making. This is the primary purpose, primary reason. Voter participation is an essential right and responsibility for a democratic system. It provides a means for Westborough citizens to place a question on the ballot for binding determination on a town meeting vote by the entire electorate. So the town meeting takes a vote, certain results. This would allow the entire electorate to vote on that issue, obviously to change it. Referendum petitions may require, when the entire electorate is needed, to vote on issues of particular importance, particular interest, particular support, and dissent, in fact, impacting a very wide audience. That's when you need to have votes of town meeting really put in front of the entire electorate. When you have issues that are so controversial, of so much interest, that it really is unfair to have it taking place at town meeting. A vote at town meeting with no quorum required may not be sufficient to adequately represent the entire community. So those are the downfalls or the negative parts of disadvantages of town meeting. And finally, Westborough is a progressive community, forward-thinking, seeking to improve, and town officials are looking for feedback. Here's another mechanism for feedback. So, now how would it work? Town meeting approval is requested, of the same as the previous article. The state legislature to pass special legislation to place this procedure in the charter of the town. A referendum on town meeting vote may be filed by 200 registered voters within 7 business days of the closing of town meeting. Obviously, a vote on a referendum on a vote taken at town meeting needs to be expedited. This is 7 days. Some towns go as long as 14 days. We're looking at 7 days here. The question will be placed on a special election within 35 days or a regular election ballot within 60 days. So again, expediting. And these, again, major issue. Not all votes are subject to referendum as specified in the charter. There are several items that are specifically eliminated from a referendum vote. Would be vote to dissolve or close the meeting. You couldn't dispute that. Payments of notes and bonds, borrowing money, emergency measures that require 2/3 votes, and immediate preservation of health and safety issues in the town would not be subject to referendum vote. And the question would be determined by majority vote unless otherwise required, and would take effect upon passage. And an additional stipulation on referendum votes would be that at least 20% of the registered population would have to vote. So 20% of 14,000 is going to be somewhere in the range of 2,800 votes. So, in summary, I would say that democracy is sometimes a messy business. It's sometimes, people would say that maybe these processes would be disruptive, but in order to have a community that feels empowered, feels involved, feels participatory, these articles would give them that empowerment, the average voter. And I hope you can support these articles. Thank you.
Thank you. Open up for questions again.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Yep. Mr. Savoy, on the article itself, Article 16.
Yep.
Going to the examples where it says vote warrant articles not subject to referendum. Number 3, I'm a little confused. It says borrowing of money.
So it was a short-term.
Can you?
You know, you can actually use this.
I need a bandolier.
Yeah, you know, you can actually use this.
Oh,
one.
all right. That's all right. We'll-
That's all right. You can stand closer and use this
Oh,
one.
oh,
There you go. Come on over.
that was working.
Yeah, I think it should be.
Testing,
There we
yeah,
go.
good. So that would probably be a short-term borrowing note that would be, was passed at town meeting, and it would be an issue where things would have to happen right away and it couldn't be challenged.
And the
And those
reason,
are spelt out in the Constitution of the state.
okay, and the reason why I was asking, because borrowing, so when I read that, I thought, oh, so what if we pass an article to borrow to build a new building? So that would be excluded from this?
If it's generally speaking, they talk about short-term borrowing and affecting the borrowing process. So I would say that would be excluded. Anything with borrowing or payment of notes, payment of bonds would be excluded from, because the commitment is there already on these things. If there's a commitment already, you can't overturn that.
So this language to me feels a little, because let's say it's a new, let's use our old experience with the Fails project, right? So there was, so we
Yep.
said we're going to renovate the project, it's
Yep.
going to cost this much,
Right.
and we're going to borrow this much.
Right.
It was a brand-new project, it wasn't like we were committed to funds.
If you weren't committed, then I would say that is subject to a referendum vote.
Okay, I'm saying
Yeah.
this language in this article doesn't make that clear. I hear what you're
Okay,
saying,
yeah.
but that to me isn't clear, so that was.
It is somewhat clearer in the Massachusetts
Okay.
Constitution. It's spelled out a little more, and we would be obviously obliged to
Okay,
comply
you
with
might
that.
want to be prepared for that question at town
Yeah.
meeting, how would that work? My other question is, it says, so no action shall be reversed unless at least 20% of the registered voters participate. That is clear, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Is the threshold to overturn the same? So let's say it was 2/3 to pass for borrowing. Is it a 2/3, or is it just a simple majority at the voting polls? It doesn't say.
Let's see. Will you go back to section 2?
Okay.
Let's see.
Well, it does say section 5, it talks about that you're going to print the article, the ballot article, using substantially the
Yeah.
same language.
Here's where John Arnold helped me out on.
Okay.
Where it says in section 4, it talks about majority vote unless otherwise required by law. So that would cover some of those issues
Oh, I missed
that
that.
require a
Thank you.
2/3
Okay,
vote.
I
Yeah.
missed it. Yeah.
And I thank John Arnold for that.
Okay.
Okay, other questions, comments?
Yeah, so you mentioned the 20% of registered voters must participate. I guess, was that within something you saw?
Yes,
somewhere
that's much of the language that you see out there now requires this on referendum votes. Yes.
Okay. No, it's interesting. So I went back to the last election, and 2,310 voters at the last election. So it was probably about 16%, 17% participation. So at 20, it's a pretty good hurdle.
4,000 people at the last election.
So looking at it, so for the select board, there was 2 candidates. So there was 4,600 votes, 2,300 voters.
Oh, okay.
This is the
I see
town
what you're
election.
saying, yeah.
The town election. So
Yeah.
so 20% is a pretty decent hurdle.
Shrewsbury lost their referendum because they didn't meet their quota.
20, yeah.
20%.
And so they did not
Interesting.
overturn the town meeting vote on their zoning bylaw.
And if I look at both these articles, it sounds like you've constructed them in a way that they complement each other. This one is specifically sort of responding to town meeting.
Yes.
Whereas the other is sort of any other business throughout the year.
General,
Is that-
general petitions on issues or matters that are of extreme importance.
Okay.
Yeah, not frivolous.
That's the hope.
That's the hope.
Chrissy, do you have a point of?
Yeah, I was just going to say that that towns that have representative town meeting have a referendum process that's established through their bylaws typically, and that is because the individual voter may feel that they were actually not represented by the representative town meeting member who was able to vote on these things at their town meeting. In the case of Marblehead, that is an open town meeting form of government, and it looks like their referendum process was established in the 1950s, and their threshold for getting a referendum is over 1,200 voters.
And I would say, if you looked at Marblehead, I'm sorry, Needham had a town meeting vote of 110 to 90 in favor of rezoning multifamily sections. They had a referendum vote, and I want to say 46, I think it is, maybe 4,600 people voted against voted against the vote, and about 2,000 people less voted for to uphold the town meeting vote. So that's an example of what can happen when town meeting, yeah, here it is right here, 118 to 90 at town meeting.
Is that a representative or an open town meeting?
That's open town
No,
meeting.
it's representative.
Open town meeting in
No.
Needham.
Needham is representative.
Is it representative?
As I say, that's why I think the
Okay,
numbers are
it's
so small, 'cause it's a
So
representative.
it's a small number. But when you went out for referendum, 6,900 voted against the town meeting vote and 4,900 voted for it. So you had a large turnout. It was an important issue.
Yeah, just sort of one more comment. I would say, I think it makes a lot of sense when you have representative town meeting, right? Because individuals can't show up to vote there. I almost say that this usurps town meeting votes, so it would discourage town meeting voters who knew that if this was utilized on a regular basis, they would say, why did I come to town meeting if after the fact somebody can just then put together a referendum and flip my
Well,
vote?
again, I'm going to say 200 signatures is not an easy thing to do. And you got to do it in 7 days. Took me 3 weeks to get 90. So it's not, and other people are working on it as well. It took 3 weeks. So 7 days is not an easy task to do. And it's not a frivolous thing that would happen. I think, again, the voters of Westborough would take seriously what happens at town meeting. I mean, it's just the way it is. But if it's of that importance and that of difference of opinion, then people will come out and vote against it and overturn the town meeting vote.
So, Mr. Savoy, if I could just, again, hypothetical here, assuming, actually, first question, the referendum's binding, correct?
Correct.
And if I look at what's an exception, is not subject to referendum, to me, anything that's related to the budget would be subject to referendum. So hypothetically, town could come in and say, okay, well, the school budget passed, but we post a referendum to overturn that vote. Do they have to authorize a new funding amount, or do we have to go then back to town meeting to get? Because right now we have no funding for the schools.
It would depend on the vote. If the vote was simply allocating a budget for the bottom line school department, and the vote was to, and the referendum was to overturn that vote, that meant that you would have to come back again and take action on that particular matter. It would be overturned, so there would be nothing appropriated at that time.
Okay, so we would have to
Yeah.
call a new town meeting.
Special town meeting, or, yep, in all likelihood, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So second hypothetical, I'm assuming then that a referendum could say, overturn the vote at town meeting for $50 million for the schools and instead allocate $45 million for the schools.
Referendum is strictly overturning the
That
vote
vote.
of town meeting.
Okay.
Bingo, that's it.
Okay.
No other suggestion. Now, that's not to say that the select board could not put a question. That could be there as well. But the vote on the referendum is simply to remove that vote or to overtake that vote. Yeah.
And it has to be on each specific, I guess, could a referendum be on, I want to overturn these five, one referendum be, I want to overturn these 5 articles that were voted, or could it be, I want to overturn these 12 budgets? Or could it be, I want to overturn every single budget that was voted?
It would be mostly bottom line. I mean, what you're saying could happen. I mean, we could
Yeah.
come up with a lot of scenarios here, believe me. But the majority of the times it's a bottom line situation. That's what you're talking about. And the referendum on town meeting vote is very specific. The town meeting took a vote. The voters of the community are saying, no, we don't agree with this.
Okay.
That's it. Go from there.
Other comments, questions?
Just two quick comments. So Christie made this point that referendums in representative town government make a lot of sense because of the.
It's in the Massachusetts
Yeah.
general law.
So it makes sense because in a representative form of government, you don't have a chance to directly participate. Again, can and choose are two options, right? So I am less concerned about this article than I am the first one.
Really?
And I will tell you why, because of the threshold of number of signatures and the tight turnaround. So someone's got to be really serious and really well organized to come in and say, I'm going to overturn it. I'm not saying I'm supportive of it, but I feel like there are more guardrails around this, and it is simply a vote to overturn and does force another action, albeit cost and effort, special town meeting, to put forward, a new budget or new proposal or what have you. So the guardrails here are much tighter. I would just say my final comment to this is, and we can take this offline, I would love to hear what you are hearing, just not like across the table here, that where people feel like they are not heard, not part of the process, whatever. Like, just so I would love to have that conversation with you at some point, because
I'll go on your
there's.
show.
Come on, let's go. We can have a series. We can probably one for each. Yeah, seriously. I mean, I think it's really important that I want to understand it. I'm sure there's a willingness here for others, but you've touched on a nerve or many nerves of at least 90 people and probably more, and I want to understand that. Okay.
Mark.
Echo Shelby's final comment there. I would like to understand.
Speaking of Mike.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd like to understand where this sentiment's coming from, because I would like to consider myself accessible and, built my life on listening to people and what their opinions are. So, what I don't understand, though, and I get back to my original point on this, if you don't like the result of town meeting, we already have a mechanism in place to petition for a special town meeting. And that was done with the library. So what you're proposing is that we hold a special election with a referendum, and then if it's voted down, then we have to hold another special town meeting. And then if people don't like the results of that, do we have another referendum, and it ends up going back and forth, and my head's spinning already. So, I'm just a little, like, the mechanisms are not working for me at all.
I'm going to say it again. Democracy is a messy business, Mark. And if democracy makes you feel uncomfortable, then what are you looking for? What is it that you're looking for? If you can't put your trust in the electorate who put you in that chair, if you can't trust them, I don't know what to tell you, really. The process is messy, there's no question about it, but I think you've got to trust the voters to not be putting forth frivolous action. I don't believe they will do it. I really don't believe that.
Unfortunately, you're coming on the heels of 2 or 3 town meetings where we had a lot of really frivolous, non-binding craziness, right? So I hear what you're saying, and I think we have a really smart electorate and people that want to participate and do, but we have people that have no regard for democracy as it exists in this town, and they have no issue in wasting time.
So
I made comment on that
Yes.
article that, one person's frivolous warrant article is another person's serious warrant article. I mean, we all have, different viewpoints here. And so it gets into the other article. I don't want to go there, but.
So I completely understand your point about democracy being messy, and I take a little exception to the implication that I don't trust the electorate, because I do. I believe in democracy. My frustration comes more from the results there's already mechanisms in place to contest town meetings' decisions, and that's by calling for a special town meeting. So what are we gaining with this other than making it easier for, I'm just a little confused. If the electorate is so adamant that the town made a bad decision at town meeting, then call a special town meeting, drum up support, and let's go. Right?
Again,
let's have another town meeting.
Town meeting, you're not going to get 4,000 people. You're not going to get 10,000 people.
You say that, but if it's an important enough issue, you're not going to get.
We had I think it was over 2,000 people that came to that second special town meeting for the library. When it was a lot. It filled up.
We wouldn't even have space, but that's all.
Oh, I know. I'm just.
No, I just feel like, again, I'm not really clear on how these mechanisms will all function in practice.
There are lots of examples of those, Mark.
Well,
there are lots of examples. All you got to do is look at it.
I don't want to get into the specifics of the MBTA zoning in towns that have overturned it, because that could have happened here.
Could have, but it didn't. So
Because
that
we
tells
were-
you something about the voters, doesn't it? And the town. So you're not going to see that kind of activity.
Love to have a debate with you and point out examples where that was overturned and was not in the best interest of the town that
You
overturned
can do
it.
that next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I have a question for Christie on this. Did town council review either one of these articles for, I'll say, their legal viability?
Town council is reviewing them. I will say, and I already told this to Mr. Savoy, and he does not agree, that town council's opinion is that the way that these are drafted and the way that these types of things work is that regardless of whether it says authorize a select board or have the town petition, it has to go through the select board. So even if it passed, you would not be required to petition the legislature on these articles.
But
I'm not
if
saying
town
that
meeting
you should.
passes it,
Right, but that's legally, you asked about the legal basis, and legally, it's not
yeah, but if town votes to
required.
petition it, we're not gonna say no. Well, I would, but, okay.
You asked about legality, that's all.
Yep. Legally, we could do that.
Yes.
Goes back to, are we listening?
Right.
But, Shelby, just back to one of your points and related to this, I think, and not directly related to this, but to your question about what here, I've heard it a lot. I think we all have probably from town meeting voters. A lot of people come from other states with different rules that I've heard it numerous times of town meetings are archaic. Why can't we vote all the ballot at a election? Unfortunately, we can't do that in the town. Now, this is a way to do that. I don't know that this satisfies the people that I'm hearing because they're not going to go out and get the 200 signatures. So I agree with you. That's a lot of work to do that. But I think where a lot of this stems from people unhappy is there are a lot of people that just want to go to the ballot and vote down through things. I mean, you've probably seen in Maine. Maine, you're
Yeah, that's all the time they have, maybe,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah. No, but that's there are places that allow for that, and that's how their process works. Now there's debate and other things happen, but again, it would be a change in legislature, whatever. But sorry, kind of took us off there. But any other comments or questions, Mr. Savoy, at this time?
I would just like to say thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing these forward.
Putting the time in.
It's going to provoke a lot of discussion. I would say the way these are currently formulated, I wouldn't support them, but if amendments were potentially made on town meeting floor, I think I might be willing to do that. With the first one, I have a little issue with the fact that we could call elections so any time throughout the year, and I understand why you'd want to do it for a recall, but I don't know that it needs to apply in all circumstances. And then for the second one, I think there probably needs to be a higher threshold. But overall, I think the work you've done in what you've heard in communicating that to us is extraordinarily helpful. And I think this also does lend to some of our discussions later this year, because we've been talking, we have an item to look at town government, and
Yes.
I'm not exactly describing it correctly, but I imagine
Our form of government.
our form of government, thank you, that these two articles probably come up in some way in that, if we do decide to make modifications, how do we make sure the voters are still heard? So thank you. Thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing your presentation on Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to correct something I said earlier. So the Marblehead requirement for signatures is 300 signatures. So.
But just back to the point, though, that is because one of my questions was, are there, and I think you answered it there, but I had written down, are there towns with open town meeting that have referendum petition ability? It sounds like Marblehead
Yeah,
does.
I haven't looked, so I assume there would be others, but I don't know.
Okay.
It goes back to the question of, has legal counsel looked at this? Like, is this referendum even something that would be acceptable by the state?
Right.
Yeah, so it has been.
Yep.
And he is reviewing it.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, this line item is an including but not limited to. Is there any other articles on the warrant that folks wanted to address before we go into our consideration of support? I think we've hit all of them in prior meetings, but I open it up because this article, or this agenda item allows for that.
Let's see here.
I would comment, I think it's, which article is it be, Walt? I think we just vote that separately.
Yeah, I think we will go through
6, Article 6.
I think what we've done in the past, correct me if I'm wrong, is we would go through each one. If there's a question, we'd pull it out, and then we'd take a vote on those unquestioned in terms of support. If folks are okay with that. Okay, so I'm moving on then to item 10, which is consideration support on articles in the fall special town meeting warrant. So what I'll do, I'll call it the article, and what the, hopefully folks are going through it. If you have a question, and that question could be just, I want to vote against it, or something different, then just call it out, and we'll do that separately. Everything non-question, then I'll call for a vote, which would basically be that a vote of support for it. Okay, so Article 1, prior year bills. Okay, Article 2, revolving fund for senior transportation program. Article 3, fiscal year 2026 budget adjustments. Article 4, fiscal year 2026 budget, Norfolk County Agricultural High School.
Question.
Article 5, establish a special education reserve fund. Article 6, grant matching funds for Boston Worcester Airline Trail.
Question.
Yep. Article 7, swimming pool repairs and pool pack rooftop unit.
Sorry, I did want to question Article 5. I apologize.
Special ed?
Yeah.
Okay. Article 7, back to that. Swimming pool repairs and pool pack rooftop. Hard to say. Okay, Article 8, 250th American Revolution Anniversary Committee. Article 9, transfer to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Article 10, the Home Rule petition from the Select Board. Article 11, the means-based exemption from Board of Assessors. Article 12, roadway acceptance, Silver Hollow Estates, including Meadowlark Lane, Barred Owl Drive, Blue Heron Court.
Question.
Article 13, easements, 20 Phillips Street, Harvey Building. Article 14, amendment of zoning bylaws.
Question.
Article 15, act authorizing town to establish a local initiative petition procedure.
Question and question.
And question on 16. Okay, so I heard 4 questions on 4, 5, 6, 12, 14, 15, and 16. Did I get that right? 4, 5, 6, 12, 14, 15, 16. So do I? Yep. 4, 5, 6, 12, 14, 15, 16. Sorry. Yep. Okay, is there a motion on the non-questioned articles in terms of a vote on support of those articles?
Motion to support.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so those unquestioned are support 5-0 by the Select Board. Okay, now we'll go through each of these individually. So Article 4, fiscal year 2026 budget, Norfolk County Agricultural High School. Patrick, I think that was your.
Yep. So my question about that was, I did watch the meeting from 2 weeks ago where Allison presented. I appreciate Allison presenting the information. At this point, I can't support this particular article simply for the fact is that I believe that the school committee has a large enough budget and has various different accounts that I think that they can figure out a way to fund this without coming to town meeting. So it's just a point, more than a question.
Nope, that's why we call them out. Anything else on this one? Do we have a motion?
Can I ask a clarifying question? Patrick, were you, not that you were required to, I'm curious, did you watch a school committee meeting where this was discussed, or was it more watching our meeting?
I watched our meeting, and I did watch a school committee meeting, I want to say a month or so ago.
Okay.
That was discussed.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a motion on Article 4 for support?
Article 5?
Article 4.
Four.
Article 4.
Move to support Article 4.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? And opposed? So that's a vote of 4-1 on Article 4. Okay, Article 5, establish a special education reserve fund.
Yeah, so one of the, again, I appreciate the superintendent coming to present. Watched the meeting earlier today. In regards to this, what I'm not clear on is similar to how we have a schedule for OPEB. I was expecting to see a schedule for what her anticipation was year over year for her request to this. I'm seeing the $150,000 as the starting point. I didn't get a clear answer as to whether or not it was going to be $150,000 each year, and I believe the point was getting it up to $500,000 was the goal, if I heard her correctly. Is there any additional information that we have in regards to the annual expectation of funding? Is anybody aware?
No.
Okay. My understanding also is that the town meeting will vote to appropriate the funds, and the select board of the school committee will vote on the allocation of those funds when and if the school committee determines there's a need. Is that a correct understanding?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think this last piece, there was some discussion, but no schedule to your specific question. Any funding, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, would have to come to subsequent town meetings for appropriation. Any additional funding.
To be appropriated into the fund, and then you're correct.
And then, but
Then to expend
disbursements
it
out of
would
it,
require the two votes.
right, but new funds into it would have to come back, have to go through subsequent town meetings to get
Right.
money moved into it,
Okay.
whatever that was.
And then my final question is relates to a question I think, Mark, you had brought up at the meeting 2 weeks ago in regards to if funds are expended and we are compensated by the state later on, where do those funds come back into, right? And I don't think I got a clear answer. I know there was a significant discussion across the board in regards to that. I didn't get a clear sense as to, are those put back into this fund, or are they put into the general fund, or Chapter 70? Where do
I think
they
they
go?
go back to the school committee.
I
School
yeah, I
department.
believe it comes back to them through the circuit
Circuit
breaker.
breaker.
So it goes like a circuit breaker, so it doesn't go back into this.
Yeah, correct.
Interesting.
Well, it's not really paid until the next year.
Right, but that means that this fund, and hypothetically, you get up to $500,000, you draw it down 1 year by $200,000, the state comes back and says, we'll we reimburse you by 80%, you're gonna get back, $160,000. That doesn't go back into this, meaning that now, the next year, we have to reappropriate money from town meeting to bring it back up to $500,000, as opposed to that money going back where it came from.
Well, I think part of it would be that money would pay for that student the next year.
If that student, well, see, that's the thing. Every year that could change. So every year that's an assessment that needs to be made, I would assume by the school committee and the
Correct.
superintendent. You could have a reduction and not even need that money, but the point is to keep that fund at a sustained level. I would think that would be the goal.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that money that comes in through the circuit breaker back to the schools for the next year would be used within the budget of the schools to pay for that student in subsequent years. Now, if that student didn't remain, and they had to fund it the first year because it was an extraordinary thing that wasn't budgeted, that's why they used the reserve fund. Then, and I think those are some of the discussions we had, is how would additional monies get into that?
Right.
Could it be through savings? Could it be through, changes, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, logically, I'm just thinking, logically, if my own finances, if I pull money out of one account to pay and then I get money back, rebate or whatever, I'd probably put it back into the same account. But that's not the process here. And
They may have to make a decision to do that.
And it'd have to go to town meeting to approve it.
to approve that moving into that afterwards, right? So that would be a decision of the school committee as to whether or not they're willing to move that. And I think, Ian, you asked a really great question in regards to, should it go back to free cash? And, that was a kind of a suggestion. And,
Yes.
I don't think we had a clear answer on that either. So, okay. I mean, I'm supportive of creating this fund. I'm a little concerned about those things because I don't believe it provides enough transparency, especially with the select board vote on it in regards to how, those funds are reallocated later that we're reimbursed on. It just doesn't seem like. I'll just say that I'll support it.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I feel like the process, so if this is established, first of all, the 500,000 was a recommended amount, recognizing we're not going to get there. You watch the meeting, we're not going to get there immediately. I feel like the process, once this is established, will naturally create and force more transparency. Not that the schools aren't being transparent, but let's say we use 100,000 of the first 150, and then we get money back in. I would expect the select board, AFC, to be saying, okay, so how many students were, last year or 2 years ago, and show me kind of a running tally of how this looks in a way that we maybe haven't gone that level in the past. Not for any reason, but I think this is going to force more transparency.
I hope you're right. I mean, every year will be, and I can't speak for Allison, but I suspect that every year the special ed needs, even for the same student, could change in the cost year over year because of transportation and everything else that's involved. So, yeah, I hope you're right, Shelby. So I'm supportive of doing this because I think it is a good way, kind of rainy day fund for this need. So I think it's a good idea.
Okay, is there a motion on Article 5 for support?
So I would move to support Article 5 as presented.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, 5-0 of support. Item 6, this is the Boston-Worcester, matching funds for Boston-Worcester Airline Trail.
So the motion on this article is to pass over.
Okay. So do we move to pass over, or we just move to concur with passing over this article?
You would move to pass over.
Okay. Move to pass over Article 6.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we would support.
Move to support passing over Article 6.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
I think it's important that we talk about why we're passing over it, why we're moving.
We didn't get the grant.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know if that had been said before at any point in today's meeting.
No point in matching zero.
Yeah, okay. Just want to be clear for everyone.
To the point.
Thank you, Sean.
I love it, Sean.
Sean,
I'll
match zero.
I'll match zero.
You're a man of few words. Okay. Yeah.
Even 20% is zero?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a motion. All those in favor? 5-0, our support. Pass over. Okay, Article 12, which is the roadway acceptance for the Silver Hollow Estates 3 streets.
You want to start with this one? I think we both.
Yeah, so I thought that we were waiting on.
Yeah.
Go.
So you did get an update today from the builder, but I have not had a chance to speak with engineering. I know AFC is waiting to vote that morning, and that would be my recommendation for this board as well.
Okay. So our note back to the Finance Committee would be to say that we will make our vote on town meeting?
Yeah, in their R&R, they wrote AFC will vote at town meeting, and then they did 0, 0, 0. So we would just
We would
mirror
just
that.
have them put the same thing for us.
Yep, yep.
Is that okay with folks, or? No need to vote, right? We're not voting on anything, so
Patrick, were you
I don't need to
here
vote for that.
that discussion when they were here? Essentially, the last component is they need to put up streetlights and.
Yeah, I knew that was the component that was missing. No, I wasn't there for that one, but yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. I
So-
appreciate that, Sean.
Yep.
Okay, 14, which is the amend the zoning bylaws. Mark, I think that was you.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a discussion as a board. I did meet with the town planner and chair and vice chair of the planning board, and you know I have a long history on that board, so I have my own ideas about how the zoning should have been crafted. I think there's some important, questions that I had about it. One in which is it's now moving from a special permit to site plan, which is a significantly lower threshold of town control. One of the facets in the zoning is allowing 4 stories throughout the business zone, and I feel like there's certain portions of that zone where 4 stories might not be appropriate. I also felt that it would have been better served to have a 3-story by right and allow a 4th story with a commercial requirement, which would give the planning board some ability to require retail storefront and give a developer incentive to put retail storefronts in the downtown, which is where I think we want it. I also question the no minimum parking. There's more of a requirement for bicycle parking than there is for vehicle parking. And again, I feel like that should be, there should be a minimum parking requirement that the planning board can waive if the developer can demonstrate that parking or is either not necessary, or that they've got sufficient parking, or they make some other contribution towards parking and pedestrian improvements downtown. So those were my 2 big issues with the zoning, and why I'm not going to support it.
Questions or comments?
The only comment I'll just add was going to be in issues and correspondence. For what it's worth, the EDC did vote to support this article unanimously for those in attendance.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
Can I ask a clarifying question? So they are not here to represent the conversation, so I'm putting you in a little bit of a difficult.
No, I mean, I can talk about the arguments.
Yeah. Could you share that?
Well, in both cases, there was a feeling that the site plan would, if it were in the best interest of the developer to have parking or to have retail, then they would include it, and that the planning board would have sufficient authority to require parking if they felt it was underparked, or
Through special permit?
no,
No,
through
the
site plan.
I mean, through site plans.
And I'm just questioning whether that's, I don't think that's accurate. I think if a developer came in and said, I want to build a 4-story residential building, and the planning board said, well, no, we want commercial storefront on the first floor because it's on East Main Street, the developer could say, no, I'm not going to do that. And the planning board would have no no ability or incentive. Really, what I would suggest is that it be done as an incentive.
Yep.
So first question is, did I apologize if did Jenny present this to us?
Yes.
Did, okay. So I missed that. I'll have to go back and look at it again. But in that presentation, I'm not sure if all of you are all attended any of the sessions or not, but during the downtown improvement sessions, I think there were at least 2 of them with the community. Great sessions, wonderfully ran. They put large printouts on tables, had people gather around them. There were 2 purposes of that meeting. One was to talk about the traffic and safety around the Rotary, and the other one was to talk about zoning. And they specifically asked residents, what are your thoughts on 2-story, 3-story, 4-story? You could, draw and move things around and show what you wanted. I never heard the feedback on that as a holistic view of what that response was. So I don't have that data to say that the town supports something as significant as by right 4-story zoning. That seems pretty drastic to me. And for the reasons that Mark outlined, I would not be supportive of this right now. And I'll even make a motion to defeat this article.
Well, you would defeat it, you would be.
Move to not support it.
Not support it.
That's how AFC writes it.
It's what?
Motion to defeat.
I've heard it both ways, so I
Well-
didn't know which way to go.
Well, I'm going to second that, whichever way you.
Whichever way it's.
Trying to think how we've done it. So our would be a
I
motion.
think we've done motion to, I don't know how we've said it, but I think it's listed as motion to defeat, because the way it's written, it says, so select board recommends the town, so.
I would recommend the town defeat the
To
article.
defeat the article.
Okay.
Would it be helpful in light of this conversation, and only if it truly would be helpful for the board to hold our vote, to allow members, if they want to watch any aspect of the downtown planning meetings or the presentation that Jenny did here, before we weigh in our vote?
There is value to that.
I mean, I know it won't make the book.
Well, I'll just say this. I don't know if that would change my opinion. Again, I think that Mark's points were very relevant, and I have significant concerns by having by right for 4 stories. I think that the town should have the opportunity to weigh in on things such as parking and such as commercial space if in fact they do go up to 4 stories.
So I was actually hoping to refer it back to committee, because I think there's merits to rezoning downtown, and so I'm not necessarily looking to, tell them I don't like, I mean, I guess if it comes down to it, but I was hoping to make a motion to refer it back to committee.
When you say refer it back to committee, you're saying refer it back to the planning board.
Right.
So
Because you defeat it, isn't it, that you can't bring it back up for
You
2
can't
years?
bring the same thing up. I don't know exactly how that works, but my feeling is that it needs some more work. And, I felt like the public hearing was open and closed at the same meeting. I feel like we're not even going to really get to talk about this until town meeting. And, I'd like to hash it out some more. And, so my hope was to refer it back to committee. And I was going to make that motion.
So that's different.
yeah,
He seconded it, but yeah, that's different than defeating it.
Well,
So the motion right
Well,
now
we
is to
have-
defeat.
okay.
You seconded, doesn't mean you have to vote for it, you seconded it for discussion.
okay, but I don't necessarily have to call a question on his motion if
If you don't want to defeat it, but wanted to refer it to committee, you would vote no
yeah.
on the vote to defeat.
And I honestly hadn't thought of that option, Mark, so I think that that's a viable option. So
well, then, can we withdraw the motion?
we can, I'll withdraw my motion. I think it makes sense to take it back and have them look at it again. you're more familiar with the process in the planning board and that piece.
Well,
so.
again, if it came down to yes or no, do I want to vote for this article? The answer would be no. But do I think the best course of action is to refer it back to committee? Yes, because I think the planning board is on the right track with this. I'm not criticizing the intent. I just feel like there's some flaws there that somebody once told me, beware of unintended consequences when it comes to zoning. And I'm concerned that we're leaving the door open to some projects downtown that, are going to turn into headaches. And, I'd rather step more cautiously there. And that's my feeling. And again, it's just one man's feeling.
I know there's a couple things have been mentioned. One is, should we hold off on our vote? I think for this, we should try and come to a vote tonight. We can always re-vote it next week, but I think if the AFC has something in the book and everybody, we should have something in the book for this. Even if some of us change our decisions in the next week. This has given me more to think about. I'm still in favor, but I will do more research over the next week.
So I don't think we have a motion yet.
Well, okay, so I guess I've withdrawn my motion, but so my question though is this, to your point, Sean, do we proceed with a motion to recommend a resubmission to committee, or do we vote for or against it, or do we hold altogether until town meeting?
So we can do all four.
I agree with what Sean said. I think that I'm hearing caution from the board on a no vote and a lot of caution on a yes vote. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And I think that, are you making a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to refer it back to committee.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
And I would just say we could re-vote at town meeting. We always have that option if for some reason our minds have changed based on.
Once Jenny presents to your earlier point, yes.
Okay, so we have that motion. It's been seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? So 3-2. But with the ability to revote. But right now, the motion of the board is to majority to refer to committee. Okay, Article 15. This was the first, the citizens petition, which was an act authorizing town to establish a local initiative petition procedure. Had a lot of discussion on this one.
So I would, again, while intent, lots of great discussion tonight. I just think this has too many questions. I would move to defeat this article.
Seconded.
Further comments?
Yeah, I think this concept could work. I think it does. I don't like the ability to sort of generate an election at any point during the year, but I think there's other parts of this that I do support. I'm going to vote against this, but I would be interested if there were amendments to this on town meeting floor.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to recommend defeat of this article? It's 5-0. Article 16, which is the referendum. Authorizing town to establish referendum petition on town meeting votes.
I'll move to defeat Article 16.
Second.
Okay, discussion on this one. Seeing none, all those in favor of that recommendation? Opposed?
Yeah, I don't really want to, I don't really want to abstain because of where we're at in this time. Sorry, you guys. I'm going to vote for it.
Vote for.
I'm
Against.
sorry. I'm voting against the motion to defeat.
Okay, so that's, the vote is 4-1. Great. So I think that covers all of our supportive articles. Basically, there's one, Article 12, that we will have as voting on town meeting floor. Okay, next, town manager report.
I don't have a report.
Okay. Okay, next. Select board meeting dates.
So we briefly talked about this at the last meeting, that on October 28th, which is your next meeting, we're also hosting the downtown or Main Street trick or treat. So even though your meeting would start a little bit after, there's that conflict because people will be trick or treating through the building. So one thing that we were thinking about proposing is moving the meeting to November 4th. And then holding meetings every 2 weeks from then, which would avoid the Thanksgiving week meeting that we've had in the past, as well as the meeting the same week as Christmas. So it would end up that in November and December, your meetings would be the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays, as opposed to the 2nd and 4th.
So could you just list out those dates?
Yep, November 4th, November 18th, December 2nd, December 16th. It's important to make the decision this evening because, as you know, the second meeting in November is when we hold the tax classification hearing, so we want to advertise that.
So my calendar says there's an election day on November 4th. Is that not accurate?
Is that
Or-
yeah, because
It might be for.
Are we allowed to have meetings on election day?
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
planning board's not, but
Oh, why is that?
they just can't hold you can't hold a public hearing
I
on
see.
election day.
Hold on, I just need to check
All right. So
a separate calendar. Hold on.
See if there's an if we have one in Massachusetts.
I think in Massachusetts, isn't it municipal? November 4th.
I didn't think we had one.
Well, we don't, but I think cities have it on November 4th.
Right, so we don't have it as.
Right.
So we're not going to have the October 28th meeting?
That's my suggestion.
That's going to mess up all my issues and correspondence.
I didn't
Like,
think
there's
of
a whole
that.
week there that I've got to account for.
Oh, right, the 11th is also a holiday, so we're avoiding that because we were supposed to have
Oh,
our
right.
session.
Okay, that makes sense.
Nope, this sounds good to me.
I'm fine with these.
I'm shockingly, all those dates are good for me. I can't even believe it.
They all look good to me too.
Great.
Booked. You
So
good, Mark?
moved.
I'm going to need somebody to give me those dates again, but
They're
I
in
think
the
They're
packet.
They're in our packet.
just make sure I get them in my calendar properly.
Okay, appointments, reappointments.
So we actually, this Sustainable Westborough, one we're gonna hold off on. Amanda's done a lot of work going through all of the appointments, because we did have that vacancy, like right at the time when people are being appointed and reappointed, so appreciate all that work. But we do have the first two in your packet, Thomas Burke and Carolyn McLeod.
Okay,
Just a quick question, Sean, as our representative, so Carolyn is would be a new member, is that right, to the Council on Aging?
That's
Kim?
correct.
Yeah, okay.
And Mr. Burke has been on wastewater. He's currently on the wastewater treatment plant.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so I will move to appoint Carolyn McLeod to Council on Aging as a member with the term expiring on June 30th, 2028.
Second?
Okay, moved and seconded. Any comments? All those in favor?
Thank you,
5 to
Ms.
0.
McLeod.
Yes. Number 2. Patrick, you're the treatment plant. board.
Yep. I'll move to reappoint Thomas Burke to the treatment plant board as a member with the term expiring June 30th, 2028.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor? It's 5 to 0, 5 being present. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
yes. Issues and correspondence of the select board. Patrick?
I just have one. I'll just let the update the select board on the zero emissions vehicle policy from Sustainable Westborough. They presented to the school committee about a month and a half ago. It was basically referred back. There was some feedback that we needed to consider. So that consideration process took about a month. We went through that. It was re-presented to the school committee, I believe, last week, and they approved it. So school committee is now approved, and now I'm going to be working with the leader of the ZEV team, Jeff Levine, to pull together a deck, to help the select board also take a look at it. So Ian, I expect it to be an agenda item in the next coming weeks.
Sounds good.
That's it.
Okay, Sean?
So the Council on Aging meeting was pushed from yesterday to next week, so I'll have an update at our next meeting. No other updates.
Great. Sheldon?
A couple updates from EDC. So $13,600 was awarded to 4 different businesses as part of the grant process. The branding and wayfinding project is progressing. Shop drawings are expected at the end of this month, and Laura and Fred are identifying possible locations in town. And that will come back to this board for input. There are, at the time of our EDC meeting last week, there were 35 businesses signed up for the downtown trick-or-treating effort, plus, of course, the amazing work done by all of our town departments. And there was an event today, but we don't have to talk about that because it's already happened. So on November 12th, there's an AI training event. And I'll just read this, whether you run a company, lead a department, or contribute as part of a team, AI is already reshaping how businesses operate. This interactive in-person session will help you make sense of what's changing. Fast forward here, down to the bottom, who should attend? Basically anyone, C-suite and executives, business owners, managers, directors, employees, staff, local and global companies. If you have questions, this event will be held November 12th, 9:30 to 11 a.m. at the Great Hall, which is right across the street, 45 West Main. And you can contact Laura Crawford, our Economic Development Coordinator, for more information. Her direct number, 508-871-5220.
Great. Mark?
Oh, yes. Okay, so first of all, Sunday the 19th is the row for Westborough.
Yeah.
At the prototype. I hope you can all attend, even if you're not rowing. Tuesday the 21st, just a reminder that the assessor's office will be at the senior center to help people with abatement and exemption applications. That's the last scheduled opportunity, although the assessor's office is always willing to help. If somebody has questions, reach out to them. On Friday, October 24th, Post 22 is doing a Halloween dance at the Hopkinton Country Club. That's open to anyone who wants to go. The Senior Center supporters are doing a holiday fair on November 15th, and if anybody wants to donate any crafts or art or anything for that they're accepting donations. The Senior Center supporters are also doing a Halloween party on Tuesday, October 21st at 3 o'clock, so you can go to that and then come to town meeting in costume if so desired. Main Street Trick or Treat is October 28th, and since we have a meeting at 6, I think
We don't.
did we change that one to
Yeah.
the? Oh, well, that's good. So you can attend Main Street Trick or Treat
Come in
now.
costume.
I was
I've
gonna
tried
say,
that with this group before. They don't buy into that.
well, I would have supported that.
See? 2 in favor.
And our Affordable Housing Trust meeting was canceled last week. The Community Preservation Committee meeting is scheduled for the 27th, I believe, and ATSC has not met since our last meeting. Well, yeah, okay.
Great, thanks. Just a reminder, the next Tuesday night, 7 p.m. is the start of town meeting, so we hope we've gone through all what we did tonight, but hopefully folks will be there. Yeah.
That's what his job is.
Yep. And while it's passed, I will say that we had a successful, even though it was a little bit rainy, Westborough Police Foundation golf tournament at Hopkinton Country Club today. Not successful in winning, but successful in supporting Westborough Police Department. Exciting news from the Trustee of the Soldiers Memorial from our meeting. The delivery of the new monument for the new cemetery is scheduled for tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. should be done by noon. So I know that there will be folks from the trustees up there to watch it happening, but exciting time.
8 a.m. tomorrow, you said?
For that, yep.
Okay.
So to be determined through there what sort of dedication ceremony, et cetera, will be done for that alongside the Veterans Board, et cetera, but more to come there. But there's been a long time coming, so exciting for that to happen. And then final thing I have is just a reminder, I brought it before, but Wednesday, November 5th at the Doubletree Hotel is the Westborough Good Scout Dinner honoring Jim Tepper this year at 6 p.m. that evening, and tickets are available online through the Mayflower Council BSA. That's all I have. So executive session, I think it's just the last 2 bullets for executive session tonight.
Last 2. I would move to enter into executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations and contract negotiations with non-union personnel top minority, and under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to act under the authority of the Select Board to approve executive session minutes of October 6, 2025.
I declare that these are appropriate for open session, not appropriate for open session, and therefore an executive session. And we will not be returning to open session at the conclusion of our executive session. So before I ask for a second, I just want to say, because we always forget, is to thank you, Westborough TV, for their support, live streaming and recording us this evening. So is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call vote. Patrick.
Welch, yes.
Keo, yes?
Oh, Marshall, yes.
So we'll bring it.
And Johnson, yes. We are now in executive session.